Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sustainability, Infrastructure and Development Committee meeting for November 4th. I'm going to now call on Chris Ferreso, Committee Clerk, to conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Regional Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig. Present. Councillor Erb. Present. Councillor Foxton. Councillor Going.
Here.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Hunick.
Present.
Chair James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Oh, that was Liggett. Councillor Novak. Yes, Novak. And Councillor Rodriguez.
Present.
Councillor Salonen. Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Verbenovich. And Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Thank you, Chair.
We have quorum.
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge that the land in which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Chinanton people. We recognize the enduring presence of Indigenous peoples on this land, and we honor the historic and ongoing contributions to our community. Let us commit to learning and hearing and understanding more about the Indigenous communities and protect the earth, and to ensure our actions today support future generations. There are a few days of significance that I would also like to recognize. First, we are in the midst of Treaties Recognition Week, being November 2nd to 8th. Treaties Recognition Week honors the importance of treaties and provides an opportunity to learn more about treaty rights and relationships. Formally declared by the province in 2016, this week was launched in response to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action to increase treaty awareness. Indigenous Veterans Day is observed on November 8th to recognize the courage and sacrifice of First Nations, Inuit, Métis people in the military service. It is estimated that in total, over 12,000 Indigenous peoples have volunteered their services on the front lines, serving in all conflicts that Canada has been involved in. Canadians recognize Remembrance Day every November 11th at 11 a.m., and it marks the end of the hostilities during the First World War and an opportunity to recall all those who have served in the nation's defense. And additionally, November is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month and Hindu Heritage Month. Now move on to any declarations. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Okay, seeing none. Presentations, we don't have any presentations. We will now move on to delegations. I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines of participation. For those who are joining us in person, please proceed to the podium when you are called upon to speak. Please press the button on the base of the microphone to turn it on. If the light is green, the microphone is on. For those who are joining us electronically or virtually today, please leave your video camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you are called upon to speak. You will have 5 minutes. Anyone who is registered after the deadline will receive 3 minutes. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in immediate removal of the meeting. Interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and any hate speech or defamatory comments. I will also remind delegations, if you have 5 minutes to speak or 3 minutes to speak, I will remind you when you are at the 1 minute remaining, as I know there are quite a few delegations here to speak to us today. So with that, I would like to call on our first delegation, Alan Langdon, Chief Executive Officer for Circular Materials, and Jennifer Kerr, Director, Community and Media Relations, Ontario.
Good morning. Thanks, everyone. My name is Alan Langdon. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Circular Materials, and here this morning to talk about Waterloo's transition to EPR for Blue Box. Next slide. So, Circular Materials is a national not-for-profit producer responsibility organization. So we're responsible for overseeing producers' obligations in a number of jurisdictions in Canada, including Ontario. Specifically, in Ontario, we have 2 roles. We act as the administrator of a common collection system here in Ontario, as well as working as a national not-for-profit pro or producer responsibility organization representing producers meeting their obligations under the Blue Box regulation in Ontario. Since 2023, we've been leading the transition to EPR in Ontario, reaching over 4.53 million households to date, with a communication strategy that keeps communities informed and engaged. And we remain committed to a smooth transition and a results-driven recycling program that Waterloo residents can be proud of, with a focus on strong partnerships, clear rollout, and continuous improvement backed by data and community relations. Probably one of the most significant changes, in addition to community-specific changes we'll be talking about, is the move to a unified province-wide material list on January 1st. So on that date, we will have one consistent list of materials that can be accepted in blue boxes across the province. In addition, we're going to be expanding the materials that can be included in the blue box, including hot and cold beverage cups, deodorant packaging, toothpaste tubes, ice cream tubs, black plastic containers, and frozen juice containers. So all of those, plus whatever is currently accepted, will be accepted province-wide starting at January 1st, and we look forward to providing additional access to residents across the province. With that, I'm going to turn it to my colleague Jennifer to talk about our promotion education here in the region.
So in order for us to communicate properly to residents, we will be doing strategic and targeted P&E program. So our communications is built on meeting regulatory requirements, ensuring smooth transition for residents, and increased recycling rates by boosting participation, reducing contamination through targeted education and behavior change. So one of the things that we will start as of today, or yesterday actually, is our province-wide campaign for the new materials list and for the changes that are happening on January 1st. So you can see some of the P&E up there. We will have plenty of opportunities to educate residents. So next slide, please. We use additional P&E tactics, including school recycling education programs, website education with locally tailored content and resident education, recycling guides and calendars, contests and incentive programs, social media and education, local events and activations, recycling apps for our schedules and materials, and a province-wide and locally tailored advertising. Next slide. What is actually changing in the region of Waterloo here on January 1st? So residents will see no change at all in collection service for any resident in Waterloo region on January 1. Waterloo has been transitioned to full EPR since March of 2024. What is new is what Alan mentioned under the Unified Material List across Ontario, which is new materials. What actually changes for Waterloo region on March 3rd, which is the date of which we will be making significant changes to the community, Waterloo region will experience changes as we transition on March 3rd. Miller Waste will continue to provide consistent services for all communities in the region. Collection shifts to a bi-weekly, 4-day schedule, the opposite week of your garbage collection. To support the frequency of change, residents... Next slide. Oh, can we go to the next slide? Thank you. To support the frequency of change, residents will receive 2 additional boxes starting mid-January of 2026. These boxes, we find, can be nested to help save space. We ask that residents try these new boxes until June of 2026 to fully understand if they require them for their additional needs. If they find they don't, those boxes can be returned to the Miller Waste Office in Cambridge. Next slide. Our local campaign that starts this month will run until March of 2026. All materials are developed with input from the region of service providers. We've been working with staff consistently for the past few months. P&E tactics will include print, radio, and digital advertising in local outlets, direct mail-outs to residents. A pamphlet will be sent out as well with when the new boxes are delivered. We have out-of-home advertising, billboards, bus depots, Kitchener, Waterloo, and the rest of the region. We have website copy for regional and community pages. All Q&A resources for staff and councillors will be made available. Social media templates for communities and councillors, and we have app campaign copy as well. Turn it back over now.
So in terms of our commitment to responsiveness, just one second. Thanks. We have a dedicated call line for general inquiries and escalations to ensure residents get timely and accurate answers. General recycling inquiries, you'll see the numbers there, which are for Cambridge, Kitchener, Waterloo with Miller Waste, and then townships with Ontario. We have an escalation line and email, and so if for whatever reason residents are not getting the service they want from the contractor, they can escalate that request to Circular Materials, and then we'll follow up with the contractor for resolution. We also have council and municipal support. So Jennifer is available and her email is on there for any questions that council members might have. And then again, we also have shared bilingual toolkits for municipalities and councillors as well. Next slide.
Alan, just want to wrap up.
Last
Got about
slide.
30 seconds. Okay,
Yep.
perfect.
So ongoing collaboration is key. For us, this will be the 4th or 5th jurisdiction we've launched in Canada. And what we find is that really it's important to have collaboration with the local region and local communities to support a smooth transition to EPR for residents, the community, and all stakeholders. We really do want to work together to deliver outcomes-based recycling program that residents can be proud of. And again, we'll continuously improve the program based on data, performance metrics, and community feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan and Jennifer, and thank you for coming in today. We do have a couple of questions from councillors. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So, great news. You did well. Thank you.
Thank you.
But on January 1st, the recycling's changing, does it? But nothing really changes till March. I'm confused. So
Yeah,
what do I
so-
tell my people?
Yeah, for sure. So on January 1st, what will change is the materials accepted. So all those new materials I talked about, the orange juice containers, cold and hot beverage cups, those will be available to, you can then put those containers or those materials in the blue box starting on January 1st. The operational challenge or changes to bi-weekly pickup and to the additional boxes, that will take place in March. With box delivery, the extra boxes will be delivered sometime in mid-January or starting in mid-January.
Thank you. That's a lot clearer.
Yep, no
Thank
problem.
you. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, through the chair. If someone decides that they don't need the 3 boxes following the 6-month trial period, how do they return them? Will they be picked up by your company?
So Miller Waste is the contractor. They can be dropped off at the Miller Waste office on Eagle Street in Cambridge. If you need them picked up, you can call the Miller Waste customer service line and reach out to them, and we will work on it.
Thank you. I'm just thinking that, especially for folks with disabilities and folks with issues around the region, getting to the Miller Waste facility might be a lot.
Yes, just call the customer service number.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks for being here, and thanks for the opportunity to discuss this a bit more. I think this is an exciting change for waste management across our region next year. So you're part of it now. Yep. So I think in terms of, I also wanted to appreciate the commitment to getting some resources out to area councillors at the local councils. They get lots of inquiries, and we all work together to support our residents through the process. I asked the question, I think last week, but I'll ask it again because I think it's important. You know, we have a shared interest here at the region, and you as well, of diverting waste from our landfill and making our landfill work for as long as possible. And so I'm just wondering if you can comment on what your, outside of our contractual relationship and going forward in the new year, what you can commit to in terms of reporting back to the community, sharing information with our staff and other partners who do this work.
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. So absolutely, I think it's really a partnership. So I think, the job ahead of us is enormous in that we have to transition so many communities in the next few months. So that's our clear focus. I think going forward, once we've had the program launched and we've been able to achieve steady state, happy to come back at any time and report on the progress that we're making. Please note that under the regulation, we have some pretty ambitious targets that we have to meet, and they're not just global recycling targets, they're actually material specific. So we have to meet specific targets for the recycling of rigid plastics, flexible plastics, glass, metals, as well as fiber. So we've got an ambitious road ahead of us, not just to collect that material, but actually make sure it's recycled and hopefully eventually returned back to producers so they can use as recycled content in new packaging. So happy at any time after we hit steady state to come back and provide the council here with an update.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Craig. Councillor Craig.
Just a quick question. We're going to 4 blue boxes. I understand that's what you're saying. What about the rollout carts using other municipalities? Is that an option?
Yeah, so back in 2023, 2024, we launched a province-wide procurement for all these services, and that was done under some fairly compressed timelines. And the award here was given to Miller Waste based on the proposal they put forward. It was the proposal that made the most sense to Circular Materials, and so that's the one we're moving forward with. At the end of that contract, again, it'll likely be another competitive procurement process, and at that point, we'll evaluate whether another type of collection method may be more suitable. I think at that time, we'll also have experience from across the province and start to think through, based on data and performance, what makes the most sense, both for the community as well as for producers in meeting their regulatory obligations.
So when you have these different interactions with the public between now and then, are you going to also ask whether they would have a preference, perhaps, for carts?
I think at this juncture, given that we've got a relatively long term to almost 7 years to move ahead with the boxes, I think our immediate focus is just making sure we implement the program and the program's successful. I think as we get to the end of the contract, I think we'll be evaluating a range of factors in terms of what might be most suitable. But again, it'll be a competitive procurement process, and so much might change between now and then.
Okay. John, I've already made space in my garage for the cart, the rollout cart. So anyway,
Duly
just so
noted.
you know.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. Thank you very much for your presentation. You made it very clear that you're going to arm us with some information, but really to navigate this is Circular Materials and Miller Waste to navigate. But I was really interested in the one slide that looked at education, and I'm wondering, have you looked, when we're looking at conservation and recycling writ large, if you have thought about joining up with institutions like REAP and Sustainable Waterloo Region to help amplify that aspect of recycling as we go forward?
Yeah, so I think we've got a number of community partnerships, particularly in the early days. We focused on school partnerships, so we're going to be partnering with Eco Schools Canada as well as Earth Rangers to really focus on specifically education in schools. I think for organizations like that, I can leave that with Jennifer. She can take that away. We're certainly open to conversations, and wherever we can, engaging in local partnerships and helping get out the message, I think would be very helpful.
I heard a rumor that Jennifer was actually a resident of Cambridge in the region, so she's probably very familiar with REAP and Sustainable Waterloo Region.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair, and thanks very much for joining us here today. Excuse me. Just a quick question to start off. It said in your initial slides, P&E. But you actually didn't say what that means. So I'm just thinking, I think I figured it out for myself, but just for the general population, which also kind of makes me a little, it's a communication exercise. So you got to make sure you're actually explaining what you're talking about. So P&E means?
Shorthand for promotion and education.
Okay, I think that's a pretty important piece. But so some of this, I appreciate you talking about the communication you're doing between now and then, but what I'm particularly concerned with is in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, how you're going to be dealing with residents who continue to have questions and concerns and things like that. So can you talk about some of the ongoing communications and what you're building into the program on that front? Because we already know that local councillors get questions, I get questions, because people think people in our region, don't, they're not always clear on who does what. So how are you going to manage that on an ongoing basis, not just in the upcoming rollout of this?
Yeah, I think while we certainly have some efforts focused on the transition, the goal and objective is to continue broad communication on an ongoing basis. At the end of the day, we have ambitious targets we need to meet, so we need to consistently engage with the residents about what needs to go in the blue box and the benefits of recycling. So, what we're doing right now is focused on transition, but we're going to maintain a robust campaign going forward. It's part of our obligations under the regulation, and we have, how that communication may evolve will depend a lot on the data we receive. So, for example, if we receive data that we're seeing a particular item of contamination in a certain region like Waterloo, we might adjust our promotion education to focus on that aspect. If we find we're not receiving enough of certain materials, say we're not getting enough of cartons like juice boxes and things, then we'll tweak our promotion education to focus on the recovery of those materials. So I think the campaign's going to evolve as we go along and really focused on, are we giving residents the information we need, and are we seeing anything in the data that says we need to adjust our promotion education efforts?
Okay, and I think, and that's fine, we'll see how it goes, but I think part of your communications efforts are going to have to be really clear that people call you. People, I mean, I always welcome to hear from residents, of course, as an elected official, but there needs to be some real clarity on who to call and what your, like, what the distinction is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a valid concern. Like, you know, we've been running producer responsibility programs in jurisdictions, you know, for up to 10 years. We've gone through these issues. There's no doubt always a transition, but I think it's really, part of it will be a partnership in making sure that when inquiries come into the region or into individual councils, individual communities, that they get redirected to us so we can work with the residents and help them understand that it is in fact our responsibility and we're there to help and support and make sure that their questions or concerns are addressed.
Well, I hope your communications plan is so good that they don't have to be redirected. That's part of the point I'm trying to make.
I think that's what we strive to, but you know, we know that it's going to be a process and it's one that we're going to continue to evolve as we go forward.
Can I just ask one other question? Or
I
can
have
go
a few
back
other
in?
people in the queue,
Okay,
Councillor
thank
McCabe,
you.
so I will queue back in. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair James, and thanks for your presentation. I have a bit of a practical question. So now the containers, both the green and the one for garbage, but you're not involved with the green,
Yep.
are larger. So are there standard garbage bags that people are going to buy that they can put inside those containers so that the garbage isn't thrown directly into the container?
That question would be outside my scope. You'd have to talk to someone as. Are you talking about the garbage cans, the garbage carts
Yeah,
specifically?
the one that's going to be delivered after January the 1st.
Recycling carts? The square boxes?
Yes.
Yes.
And so, sorry, maybe I misunderstood the question.
Are there, so now we can take a green garbage bag and
Yep.
put it inside the container that we throw our garbage into, tie it, and that's what they take away.
Garbage or recycling?
Garbage.
Okay. We don't
These
have
are-
anything to do with garbage.
Councillor, they're talking about the recycling.
Okay. I'm asking the wrong question here. Sorry.
Okay. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. We are proud to be a diverse community in Waterloo Region, so I'm wondering what languages other than English your PNE will be published in.
So as per the regulation, we have French and English, but if there is other languages, you all have my my email address. Just let us know if there's other languages needed and we'll be happy to undertake it.
Thank you. Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you. And I think just to pick up on something that Councillor McCabe put down, I'm just wondering in terms of, now that we have some more information on, you know, what it'll look like next year, and I really appreciate it. You know, in terms of the link between our call center and in your call center, have you had any conversations with our staff about how that link might happen? If someone calls our call center, can it get automatically redirected to you?
So we have had lots of opportunity to engage with staff. We both know whose role is which communication and which call center. I don't know from a regional perspective it can be redirected specifically like from call center, but the number for the customer service is available on all documentation. So if there is a region that gets the call, they will redirect it to our call center.
Okay, and one follow-up question. In other communities that you've started rolling out in and are perhaps a couple more steps ahead, have you explored at all any type of shared collection calendar or resources that are shared with residents?
Yeah, so definitely in other jurisdictions in our member communities in Ontario, we do have shared calendars. I'm not sure for the region of Waterloo, but definitely in a range of other communities, we partnered so that the recycling calendar is embedded in the local community calendar for garbage and organics. So they get one document and it provides some resources for all three streams.
Good to know. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. And Councillor McCabe.
Thank you again, Chair. Chair James. I guess just actually picking up on something that Councillor Rodriguez said. I mean, most people that, in my experience as an elected official, contact us not via the phone. So maybe you need to consider, just suggest you need to consider like textability. I mean, I get mostly via either, some people contact me over all kinds of ranges of social media. They don't call me. So just leave that with you, that might be, you may need to think about another strategy for people to get in touch. I mean, if you wanted to respond to that.
Yeah, we have something called the Counselor Toolkit that you will be sent, or you will be sent a link to it. You will have opportunity to use the toolkit for sending information if you choose. You will also have opportunity on there for social media templates where you can post stuff on your social media in order, if you choose to do so, in order to get that message out. If you have a resident who is in need of information, the Circular Materials call center, also the Miller Waste call center, you will have all that information on hand if you choose. You will also have my number, so it can be forwarded my email address, so it can be forwarded directly to me if it's something that needs to be dealt with urgently.
Okay, I mean, my point was more like if a resident wanted to get in touch with you, like I'm just saying that mostly residents don't call. I'm just saying, like maybe I don't know if you have the ability for them to text to you, not to me, but to you, or use other communication methods other than like you're referencing a phone number. I'm just saying a lot of people don't call anymore.
Yes, no, there is an email address as well. And you will have that. For Miller Waste, which is our customer service email address, if the issue needs to be escalated, we have the customer service at circularmaterials.ca. We do not have text.
Okay. I'll just leave it with you that might be something that you want to think about. My other question, my real question though was, I mean, we've heard a lot from like local churches, places of worship, small businesses that, have businesses in a residential area. Sometimes they're on the main floor, sometimes they're on the second floor. I think and I realize this is legislation that you're dealing with and that we're dealing with, and is not, I mean, I think it's really unfortunate, some of the changes that have been made legislatively to this. So, but still the question will be, and the problems I think will come up when it's like, who is taking that recycling? And so how are you proposing to deal with that?
Yeah, so I think it's a challenge. I think you're aware that it's outside the scope of responsibilities for us under the recycling regulation. So our program is specific, and this is true for all jurisdictions we operate in, focused exclusively on residential recycling. So the regulation excludes those types of sources. They're called non-eligible sources from the regulation. And so I think those specific businesses or places of faith are going to have to make their own arrangements for the pickup of their recyclable materials.
No, I realize that. I just think that that's something, like, I mean, it is a problem, as I said, and I know it's not your responsibility that the legislation changed to do that, but I mean, we're the ones who are going to hear about it, I'm quite sure. And so I guess my question is, can you continue to, through your channels, lobby or talk to, the various provincial ministers or, bureaucrats responsible for this? Because that is going to be a real problem. Like I think about, I'm in Waterloo, in our uptown, we have a lot of businesses that, are in residential areas. And this is going to be really confusing for them. And we all want our communities to look great, right? So I just really worry that this is where this program may fall down or may run into some real challenges, because it's like, who is now taking this They're doing their best to recycle. They want to be responsible, and especially places of worship, but like, where does this all end up? And I either worry it's going to end up on our streets, and it may, the cost to clean up will fall to either us regionally or us as local municipalities, or they're going to have to start taking this what was formerly recyclable material and put it into the garbage. So I know that's not I don't have answers for that. I don't expect you to have answers for that, but I just think that that's something that we need to continue to think about or work on, because that's where I worry about this program is going to really show problems.
Yeah, I think it's a totally fair comment. I think, we operate in many jurisdictions in the country. I would say by far Ontario is the most complex, prescriptive, challenging jurisdiction to operate in. And this example you're providing is just one of the instances where all the prescription and all the extra specificity has actually stripped us away the ability to partner and to negotiate out solutions. So in other jurisdictions where we've run into this, we've been able to develop partnerships and address this by working together with communities. But the legislation here is so prescriptive, it really strips away our ability to work in the way that we do in other jurisdictions. So I think it's really going to require change to the regulation, and happy, once we get through transition, because that's got to be our absolute and clear focus, to certainly have additional conversations about, opportunities for partnership and working together. Because I think we have a shared interest in making sure that the transition is seamless and that residents and areas where there's it's hard to differentiate between what's residential and what's commercial can be addressed in a seamless manner. I totally understand the point. It's a very valid point. And certainly if there are other ways to address that, something we're open to discussing post-transition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alan and Jennifer, for coming in today, and also for making the time to speak with many of us in advance of this for further questions. I do have one question for clarification.
Yeah.
It's just around the materials. So when we had met, you had mentioned that there'd be additional things considered for recycling. Can you just speak to some of that? I think that's something that should be pointed out as well, that with this changes, there's also additional materials that residents will be able to recycle.
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, some of the additional materials would include black plastics, toothpaste tubes, deodorant stick packaging, orange juice containers, hot and cold beverage cups, and ice cream tubs would be kind of examples of all the additional materials will be accepted as of January 1st.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, and thank you for coming in today. And changes are coming, but it's a process. So we look forward to a hearing and you working with our staff as well as the municipalities as this rolls out in the new year. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you so much for having us. Have a great day.
Okay. Chair, I noticed that Councillor Hunick had her name in the queue.
I know we had one question, one follow-up. So as I'm cutting the dialogue short because Councillor Hunick has had her follow-up question. Okay, so we will now move on to our next set of delegations. You will have 5 minutes unless you registered after the due date. You will have 3 minutes. I will also remind council that questions for the delegation are for questions for the delegation. We do have a staff report coming, so keep any questions for staff until we have that staff report presented later on in this meeting. So I would now call on Catherine McGarry. You are coming up. You've got 5 minutes.
Well, good morning, Chair James, Regional Chair Redmond, and Regional Councillors. During Regional Council's exciting first ride at the inaugural launch of the LRT Ion in 2019, we took our communities into the future as we planned for the significant growth in the region's population and economy. Our regional councillor colleague Tom Galloway declared onward to Cambridge. As then chair of Planning and Works Committee, he continued to champion the work on the LRT Phase 2 to Cambridge, as the LRT was originally planned to serve the entire Waterloo region. It is now time for Phase 2 to Cambridge. As a former Ontario Minister of Transportation and Mayor of Cambridge, I was aligned with the region's overall transportation network to serve the entire region of Waterloo. This comprehensive network included public transit, Grand River Transit, LRT from Waterloo to Cambridge, all-day two-way GO train service from KW to Toronto, and the proposed GO train link connecting Cambridge through Guelph. During my tenure as MPP and Transportation Minister in 2014 to 18, several key projects were advanced to continue building that network. A Highway 401 expansion through Cambridge is now completed. A feasibility study that helped inform the business case for Metrolink's funding for a GO rail link between Cambridge and Guelph. Upgrades to the Kitchener GO line progressing towards all-day two-way GO service. Planning for the Kitchener Transit Hub and support for the region as it was planning for the Phase 2 LRT route. I also supported the previous provincial government's policy to change the funding for LRTs in Ontario that partners only with upper levels of government, such as the federal government, for projects. The region's transportation network is essential for the projected growth of 1 million residents by approximately 2051 and to strengthen our economic prosperity. It's vital in connecting universities and college campuses to students, employers to employees across the region, healthcare centers to our communities, and in serving the region's rapidly increasing population that demands reliable and low-emissions public transportation. A long-term vision that plans for the future has been the region's guiding principle. As we know, transportation projects often take many years to complete. You have to see the future. So why the LRT? Kitchener and Waterloo have benefited from billions of dollars of investments in building housing and businesses along the LRT line. Because of the permanent LRT infrastructure, developers have the confidence needed to build housing and increase density. Communities with rapid bus transit, BRT, instead of LRT do not have the same level of investment in housing and business permits. Housing is key to businesses looking to locate and expand in Cambridge, increasing revenues for the city and the region. Those with mobility issues have clearly demonstrated that the LRT is far more barrier-free than buses. That alone should be the reason to provide LRT rather than BRT in our inclusive community. Transferring between LRT and BRT is an inconvenient detraction from a seamless system and a deterrent to riders.
Catherine, you
For
have
the
1
business
minute
case,
remaining.
For
1 minute
provincial
remaining.
funding, municipal councils need to continue to make decisions to build the required density for major transit station areas to apply for provincial funding. Any delays affect building much-needed housing and a strong business case to apply for funding for upper levels of government. An overall seamless transportation network for the region has been envisioned, planned for, and continues to be implemented. It is imperative to connect residents to housing, jobs, healthcare, and education. It requires council to make the best decisions for the future of our region, and that includes LRT Phase 2 to Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. 10 seconds to spare. I see no questions from council. I will now call on Sherry Roberts of Cambridge. Okay, perfect. Hi, Sherry, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. Good morning, Chair James, members of Regional Council, staff, and the community. My name is Sherry Roberts, and I'm here today speaking as a resident of Cambridge and as someone who works closely with people with disabilities. I'm also here as a person who uses a wheelchair, and I want to express my strong support for the LRT extension to Cambridge, a project that I believe will be transformative not just for our economy and our downtowns, but also for accessibility and inclusion across our region. In my work with people with disabilities, I've seen firsthand that one of the most common barriers to community participation is the lack of safe, accessible, and consistent transportation. When people can't rely on accessible transit, it limits their ability to get to work, attend appointments, or simply be a part of community life. The LRT project offers an opportunity to change that. Too often, people with disabilities are left out of the conversation about mobility or are treated as an afterthought once the main plans are already in place. The LRT extension, however, represents an opportunity to do things differently, to design a system that is accessible from the ground up. One of the most exciting aspects of this project is that every element of the new line, from the station stops to the sidewalks, the intersections, all surrounding the tracks, will be built to meet modern accessibility standards and universal design principles. That means barrier-free boarding at every station, audible and visual stop announcements, smooth transition between transit and pedestrian areas, and safer, more consistent routes for people using mobility devices, strollers, canes, and guide dogs. Universal design benefits everyone. When we make transit accessible for people with disabilities, we're also making it easier for seniors, for families with young children, for people carrying groceries and luggage, really for anyone who moves through our community in different ways. Accessibility is not just a checkbox, it's a commitment to building a community where everyone can participate fully and independently. The LRT extension will also help address another major accessibility issue, isolation. Many people with disabilities face barriers to transportation that make it difficult to reach jobs, appointments, and social opportunities. By connecting Cambridge directly with the LRT network, we are giving people more reliable, affordable, and independent access to the wider community. And that's not just mobility, that's inclusion, dignity, and opportunity. Finally, this project gives us a chance to think bigger about what accessible urban design can look like. The improvements that come with the LRT, like upgraded intersections, better lighting, wider sidewalks, accessible crossings, these will all improve safety and comfort for everyone. We're not just building a transit line, we're building a more inclusive city. In short, the LRT extension is more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about creating a region where every resident, regardless of age or ability, can move freely, confidently, and independently. Accessibility should be the standard, not the exception. And this project is a major step forward in that direction. So thank you for your time and for your continued leadership in making our region more connected and inclusive.
Thank you, Sherry. I have no questions from council. Thank you for taking the time to speak this morning. I will now call on Patrick Simmons, Cambridge.
Good morning, Chair James, Chair Redmond, Council and staff. My name is Patrick Simmons. I live near downtown Cambridge, own property in the core area, and sit on the Downtown Cambridge BIA. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you and voice my support for extending full LRT service to downtown Cambridge. I'm here today hoping to bring two perspectives. One as a longtime resident in the core area, and the second as a recently retired architect who's been fortunate enough to spend his career practicing in this community. As a longtime resident of Cambridge, my biggest hope is that my children feel that Cambridge is a city that offers them a full, rewarding place to live. My wife and I have raised our 6 children in the community. We are delighted that 2 have returned to the city. We very much want Cambridge to be the kind of city that our children and everyone else's children would like to stay in or return to. Our children are different than we are. They drive less, if at all, and are comfortable taking public transit. They value downtowns and the walkability and social connections that exist there. They have grown up in an environment very different than we did. The changes in the next 20 years will be even more profound than those of the past 20. Keeping people connected in a way that a robust public transit system does is essential to creating a livable, accessible, and sustainable future for the next generations. It is our children and their children that will be living here for the next few decades, long after we're gone. I don't mean that our community should be designed for young people, but that our community should be designed by and for the next generation. The second perspective I'd like to bring here as a partner in the longest standing architectural firm in the region. I've had the honor of designing some of the largest and most transformational developments in the community. I've seen what good policy and good governance can do. I mean this not just for developers, but for public institutions and the community as a whole. Because what the LRT has done in KW is what it will do in Cambridge. Connect people to each other and connect people to places. I joined the firm 33 years ago, just as we were finishing up this very building. And I'm very fortunate enough to be involved in many projects that have changed the face of Waterloo Region. The Google Canada headquarters at Brydup Block, Blackberry Northfield campus, the Gaslight District in Cambridge, and many, many other projects. Our work went hand in hand with the growth of this region. Every step of the way, the region was trying to predict and prepare for the changes to come. You provided the technical, administrative, and political support for some of the most important changes that have occurred in the region. When I travel to other communities near and far, I'm always proud to say that I'm from Cambridge and from Waterloo Region. I explain to people the unique and remarkable characteristics we are lucky to have here. When I am asked what has made our community so successful, I say that our two-tier government has allowed us to make and implement policy decisions that the cities and townships alone would not have been able to make. Transportation, like housing and social services, are complex, intersecting policy issues requiring not just common sense, but also long-term study and expertise. Thankfully, we have a regional staff and council with that expertise. The LRT extension to downtown Cambridge is a decision requiring long-term thinking and a belief in the strength and future of our community. As we have seen in Kitchener and Waterloo, the LRT has not only boosted extraordinary short-term growth, but it has provided the foundation and structure for future long-term development. Without question, we need the same for Cambridge. To think that roads and cars can provide a sustainable transportation for Cambridge is short-sighted and would be an enormous mistake for the city and the region.
Patrick, you have about a minute remaining.
Thank you. In closing, I ask that the LRT extension to downtown Cambridge be seen as what it is, an obvious and much-needed transportation solution for the dynamic and sustainable community we are lucky to call home. Please continue to vote with the courage and foresight the region has shown for the past few decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, hold on one moment. I do believe we have a question from Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Patrick, for coming. You mentioned that you've been involved in some transformational projects, and I know you have. Could you just expand a little on that so people understand the background that you have and how important it's been for Cambridge?
Thank you, Pam, for that question. When I joined the firm, we were involved mostly in institutional projects, lots of schools like St. Mary's, the Manulife Sportsplex at Rim Park, those kind of projects. As the community grew and changed, we were more involved in the tech sector, the Research and Technology Park at the University of Waterloo, as well as the Blackberry campus at Northfield University, and downtown the Google Canada headquarters at the Brydup Block. These required support, zoning support, political support, administrative, all of those things we have to get through for a site plan or zone change. We needed the region on board at those points. And those were all transformational at the time. They were key projects for the growth and change of Kitchener, of Waterloo, and of Cambridge, particularly the Gaslight District project was a fundamental change to downtown Cambridge. And we were glad to have the region on side for all of those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I see no further questions from council. We'll now move on to Patrick Gaskin of Cambridge Memorial Hospital.
Good morning. Can you hear me, Chair James?
Absolutely, Patrick. You're good to go. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and I appreciate the opportunity to present today. My name is Patrick Gaskin, and I am honored to represent Cambridge Memorial Hospital, one of the city's largest employers. Our team of more than 1,700 dedicated professionals, physicians, midwives, clinical and support staff, and our 200 volunteers care and support residents from across Waterloo Region. I am speaking to you today from the hospital. There are 600 staff working the day shift right now, about 50 physicians and several dozen volunteers. We are not a work-from-home organization. On top of that, we have 10 to 20 medical students and residents and students from the University of Waterloo, Conestoga College, and Vermont. This collective team will care for about 500 patients today. 150 patients will visit our emergency department. Nearly 200 people are inpatients right now. 4 new babies are expected today. 40 surgeries will be done, and hundreds of community members will attend one of our outpatient departments, our oncology clinic, the diagnostic imaging department, mental health day program, the liver clinic, just to name a few. We are a 24/7 operation. Tonight there will be over 300 people providing care to our communities. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm here today because the health of our community is deeply connected to how we move, and it's time to extend the connection by bringing the LRT to Cambridge. As healthcare providers, we know that access matters. It matters when a patient needs to get to an appointment. It matters when a family member needs to get to visit a loved one. And it matters when a nurse, technologist get to their shift on time. 81% of our staff live in the region. Many spend hours commuting in traffic between Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo. While most of the 600 staff on site today arrived by car, some depended on multiple buses to get here. The lack of a direct, reliable LRT connection makes recruitment and retention harder, especially for younger health professionals who increasingly choose to live in transit-friendly, sustainable communities. Most of our 500 patients will arrive by car. And those of you that have been to CMH have recognized the challenges of public parking, particularly at peak appointment time. The absence of an LRT makes it more difficult for our patients, and like our staff, our patients come from across Waterloo region. Extending the LRT to Cambridge isn't just a transportation project, it's a public health investment. It will reduce emissions, improve air quality, and support more active, connected lifestyles. It will make our region more equitable, ensuring that everyone can access healthcare, education, and employment opportunities. We've already seen how the LRT has revitalized Kitchener and Waterloo, attracting growth, innovation, and new life to their downtowns. Cambridge deserves the same chance. Connected transit system will bring new opportunities for housing, healthcare, and community development right here in our city. At Cambridge Memorial Hospital, our vision is to create healthier communities together. Extending the LRT does exactly that. It strengthens the social and economic fabric that supports a healthier community in every sense. So today, I ask our regional, provincial, and federal leaders to take the next step. Let's complete the system. Let's bring the LRT to Cambridge for our patients, our staff, students, volunteers, and for the future health of our entire region. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Hold on one moment. We do have a question from Councillor Hunick.
It's a comment. Thank you, Mr. Gaskin, for coming in today. Thank you very much for highlighting the connection between optimal healthcare and optimal transit. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, Councillor Hunick.
Excellent. Thank you. We will now move on to Eric Bolton. I believe you were joining us virtually. Excellent. Hi, Eric. You are also here with Brian. You have 5 minutes, and good to see you again, Eric.
Great to see you as well. Good morning, Chair and Council. Thank you for the time, and thank you for addressing this. We're both speaking with a few hats to wear. One is longtime business owners here in Cambridge. I've been a business owner downtown Cambridge in Galt since 2010. And it's been a wonderful time being involved in the community, but we've seen many times how the city of Cambridge is still treated often as 3 different segments and very much as separate from Kitchener and Waterloo in many cases. And we see the full extension of the LRT through phase 2 to downtown Cambridge as being a crucial way of connecting the region on a greater level and to bring more of the activity of Cambridge into the regional conversation. We also very, very strongly see how it would give access to even our staff and our students that come to our music school to just be able to further access the downtown and also what we offer and what we know all of our neighboring businesses offer. It would help them and it would support local economy in a greater way. So that's one hat that we wear. Another one would be from the community and cultural aspect. We see so much that goes into accessibility with varying socioeconomic levels, depending on, especially through minorities. We co-run Grand River Pride and host Pride events downtown Cambridge and across Cambridge. I've been involved in regional Pride events as well. And we see the strong need for connectivity and accessibility and just like being part of a greater conversation of how we are all, we work better when we're together. And being able to have everyone join in. Did you want to say anything added to that part?
Yeah, I mean, we talk to so many people who want to be able to take part in different like queer organized events across the region, and being able to get from city to city to be able to do those events because they are spread out across the entire region. It's difficult. It's difficult knowing that if you live in parts of Cambridge, it could be 3 bus transfers for you to be able to get to downtown Kitchener. It could be more to be able to get to some of the programs that happen in Waterloo. So having something that connects in a speedier fashion, in a safer fashion, in a more accessible fashion is really important. We live next door to the School of Architecture here in Cambridge, and we've talked to students who feel disconnected from the University of Waterloo because anytime that anything happens on campus, it's an hour and 45 minutes for them to be able to get there. Being connected to an LRT system that can get them there more efficiently would make a huge difference. It'd be less chaos for them to understand transfers in a city that's brand new to them so that they can feel connected to the people that they need to feel connection with.
Yeah. And we also have the third hat in being as local artists. I've had a wonderful time serving on a few different arts boards and committees over the years, mostly regional based committees. And we've regularly seen how involvement from Cambridge in those discussions is often underserved. Some of that is through communications and just a lack of understanding of some of the options and opportunities that are there. And to expand further into Cambridge with the LRT expansion would, in so many ways, just help connect the conversation of the opportunities that are there for the arts and for especially developing artists to know and be more involved in the conversations around programming and where they could be involved. It's also a way of for the arts to actually be able to work and have career opportunities across the region. So we see this as a very, very positive move, and it seems very much like it would be wild not to do this expansion and to have this further connectivity for the region. Anything you want to add?
We've got about 47 seconds.
Oh man. Well, it's just great to see it. I'll use but no, I think that's all we've got to say. Everyone else has said everything so well.
Excellent. Thank you both, Eric and Brian. We do have a question from Councillor Wolf. You can go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Eric and Brian, for speaking. In the several hats that you're wearing, when you're speaking to people, do you feel that they're in favor of the LRT? Because we're hearing from some people that, we're not asking enough people. What would you say with your 3 hats?
I mean, a lot of the people that we end up talking to are the generation of people who live in Cambridge. They're younger folks who are students, who are young workers, young performers. We talked a lot to queer youth who are in the community and trying to find connections to people who are the same age as them, the same same statuses as them. And so because we are talking to a lot of the future generations of things, or a lot of the young generation, I think that there is a lot of people who are looking at the future of Cambridge and wondering, is this a place that they can grow up? Is this a place that they can have careers? It's expensive to be able to have a car and maintain a car, and knowing that a public transit system is evolving the way that they are is an important way for them to be able to look forward as to where they want to live and create families and careers. And so, I think that there's a huge amount of people, especially the people who see Cambridge as being a future home for them, or a home that they have now that they want to continue living in. I think it's really important to hear those voices.
And to add to that, I'm actually really glad you asked this, Councillor Wolf. We do see, though, still a strong need for communication throughout the process, especially for small businesses that are, we know that long-term would be benefiting from the LRT expansion, but the process of construction and maybe limited traffic during those construction times is definitely something that I know is also of concern. We don't hear that from a place of negativity about the LRT, but more how do we get from A to B when it comes to the project itself to navigate some of the hurdles of construction periods. And so conversations and communication, I think, will be really important throughout the process, but we see so much positivity from the community through this prospective expansion.
Yeah, I moved to Kitchener the month that they broke ground on the LRT, and it was a lot of construction for a long period of time. But the difference between Kitchener in 2015 to what it is today, the population growth, the restaurants, the businesses, the culture, the amount of people that are just walking around downtown and enjoying how beautiful downtown Kitchener has become, that construction was absolutely worth it. I think that seeing a future where people can move around easily and can be part of a community is really important. And it just, I mean, Kitchener is the best example of how something like this can absolutely make a difference.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you again, Brian and Eric. Okay, we have Brian Paul of Cambridge. I believe you are virtual as well. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I can't, for some reason, it's saying you cannot start video because the host has stopped it. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you okay. It just, Clerks is able
How's
to
that?
get that up. Okay, there you are. We see you, Brian. You have
Good?
5 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair James and members of the committee. My name is Brian Paul, and I'm the Executive Director of Supportive Housing in Waterloo, also known as SHOW. One of our core services is providing supportive housing for older adults who have experienced chronic homelessness. I'm also a resident of Cambridge. I'm here to support the full LRT expansion to Cambridge, a project that will ensure access and connection for everyone who calls the city home, especially for older adults who deserve the freedom to stay part of their community. By 2041, nearly 1 in 4 residents of Waterloo region, close to 200,000 people, will be over the age of 65. For many, driving will no longer be an option, and barrier-free transit will be essential to reach care, groceries, and everyday needs. For older adults with limited income or mobility, unreliable transit cuts them off from the essentials that sustain daily life. In Kitchener and Waterloo, the LRT has shown how reliable, predictable service replaces that uncertainty, a lifeline that restores independence. Older adults are now the fastest-growing group experiencing homelessness, many of them for the very first time. The LRT expansion acknowledges the need of older adults and of anyone vulnerable or struggling. It preserves independence, reduces isolation, and keeps them connected to the people and places that give life meaning. When we design for those most at risk, we build a better city for everyone, one where aging means inclusion, not isolation. I sense some fear that Cambridge will grow too big or lose its character, and there's frustration that decisions about our city are made for us, not with us. Cambridge has already grown from a small town into a city. The question isn't whether we grow, it's whether we shape that growth with courage and vision or let it shape us instead. I understand that fear personally. I was born and raised in Toronto, and I saw what happens when a city grows but stops investing in itself. There's a reason people joke that it takes an hour to get to Toronto from Toronto. But Toronto didn't struggle because it grew. It struggled because its transit system didn't keep pace. Cambridge now has the chance to do better, to plan with foresight, protect what makes the city special, and ensure that progress reflects our own values. What the LRT will change isn't who we are, but how we move, how we live, and reach one another, connecting people to opportunity and to the rest of the region. This project matters. It's an investment in Cambridge and a chance to share in the same opportunities already realized across the region. And while we debate the future, our present already shows the cost of inaction. Traffic in Cambridge has become incredibly challenging. Every rush hour, cars and buses, lots of buses, can sit gridlocked from Langdon Hall to Fountain, backed up on Park Hill Road in Galt, and bumper to bumper on King Street in Preston. I understand the concerns about cost or disruption, but the real expense is doing nothing while remaining stuck with worsening congestion and short-term fixes. This project builds on a proven model, and it's time Cambridge shared in those same benefits because fairness means opportunity for all. Our older adults deserve the same access, the same support, and the same respect. Cambridge's older adults help build this city. They are the very foundation of what makes our community so strong. Many who would benefit most from this project will never write a letter or attend a public meeting. Their needs are no less real, and their worth is no less important. The LRT expansion gives voice to that quiet majority, those who simply want to stay a part of daily life, independent and at home. It also sends a message to our older adults that their story still matters, that they matter, and that this city's future is one they will continue to help shape. We have a responsibility to plan with them in mind to ensure that as Cambridge grows, it remains a place where they can continue to live, to belong, and to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I have no questions from council. Thank you for speaking to this today. I will now move on to Tom Galloway. Kitchener, you have 5 minutes, Tom. And it's good to see you, Tom.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair James and Chair Redmond and members of the committee. You shouldn't be surprised that I'm here because this has been kind of a lifelong effort on my part, and it's kind of like deja vu back to 2010 when the room was full as well, and we made the decision on the entire route, but we could only do the first phase at that time. So today is another pivotal decision in the history of Waterloo Region. The future of our broad community will be greatly affected by it. It's a decision by Regional Council that is part of a continuum of decades of key transformative decisions that has shaped and will continue to shape how our community grows. The Ontario government designated the entire Golden Horseshoe area as the growth area for the province under the Places to Grow Act, with the province telling us to prepare for a population of 1 million people. Now, we could have buried our head in the sands and pretended that wasn't going to happen, but that's not the way we do things here in the region. So in 2003, the regional government responded to this imperative by adopting the Regional Growth Management Strategy, known as the RGMS, and it was award-winning plan that fundamentally concluded we needed to use intensification as the primary means of growth as compared to the traditional method of growth, which was just to consume more farmland. And the two key actions to do this was creating a countryside line that limited urban sprawl and to develop a rapid transit system, linking the 3 urban centers and incenting intensification. So in 2010, Regional Council approved an environmental assessment for the entire LRT system from one end to the other and submitted it for funding from the senior government levels for stage 1. And in 2015, construction began on phase 1 and it opened in spring of 2019. All decisions that were made along the way were made with the intent of phase 2 from Kitchener to Cambridge. In fact, as Catherine McGarry has said, I concluded my remarks at the opening ceremony by saying and pointing onward to Cambridge. Stage 1 has been an unequivocal success. Urban sprawl has been reduced by 50%. 50% less farmland has been consumed because of the LRT, and intensification has been the growth driver. Now is the time to finish the job and proceed with stage 2 LRT to Cambridge. The reasons are many to stay the course and not to cop out on a bus-based system. The same objective of preserving farmland exists today as it did in 2010. LRT incents twice as much as intensification as a bus-based system does. Investors prefer the certainty of a fixed rail system over a road-based system that can change over time and with political influence. LRT is 40% more attractive to citizens wanting to use transit. In other words, people who want to consider using transit are 40% more likely to use an LRT system than a bus system. LRT greatly reduces the need for expensive road capacity projects. In fact, it's projected that LRT locally will save $300 million in road capacity projects over a 30-year horizon. And a bus-based system would rely on an expanded road system, obviously. The Ontario government has decided to make our region a provincial population growth area. We should rightly expect and demand that they fund the necessary infrastructure projects to facilitate this growth. New and redeveloped healthcare facilities, expanded area highway systems, and top-tier transit infrastructure, not a second-class bus system. The provincial government has funded necessary and even more costly LRT projects across the province in Hamilton, Mississauga, Ottawa, and Toronto.
Tom, you have about 45 seconds.
Yeah, I'll be done. This is also an exercise in region building. The good people and businesses in Cambridge have supported Stage 1 in their property taxes, while Cambridge has equally benefited, as has the townships, from the new regional property taxes associated with Stage 1. The current BRT system was always meant as a temporary system to get ridership up to the KW levels. It has accomplished that, and it's now time to bring the whole region together under an LRT system, a region building system. Just waiting for it to count down. Onward to Cambridge.
Oh. All right. Thank you, Tom. Don't go anywhere. We have a couple questions. Chair Redmond.
Tom, really good to see you. I always thought that part of your job description as a regional council should have been water boy because you carry the water for a lot.
I referred to it as the whipping boy.
Oh, good to know. One of the comments that was made by a previous delegation was Eric Bolton about the kind of communication we need to go throughout the construction because it is disruptive. It's a lot of construction. And I'm wondering if you can comment from your perspective because we've already passed, I think, the 6th anniversary of LRT Phase 1, the lessons that are learned in Phase 1 that we can now apply in Phase 2.
Well, the communication, particularly to the businesses along the route and the homeowners along the routes, is really was one of the, if there was a problem that we really encountered and we weren't necessarily prepared for, it was that. And so the efforts to communicate with the community at large because of the construction detours and so on, but particularly the businesses and the residents that are associated with the route is really key and would need to be really to be beefed up. Construction, as you all know, even with road projects, and we're in construction season right now, things change on a daily basis. Rain happens. We found a corduroy road in Waterloo that changed the whole dynamics of how that part of the route was going to be done. And so you just need to be able to shift gears very, very quickly and have an instant communication process to those most affected.
And I sneak in my second question really quickly, and that is some people talk about sticker shock with the price of a major infrastructure project like LRT. There's only one taxpayer, and if we don't take advantage of senior levels of government supporting, and you referenced other LRTs, whether it's Ottawa, Hamilton, where does that tax money go? Because it's collected over the entire province. So if we don't use that money, who gets that money?
Well, somebody else will get the money, and we don't know who that is, but some other community will get the money for another project, whether it's a transportation project or a healthcare project. This particular community, as I said in my remarks, has been directed to take on the role of being a growth area. We don't have a choice in this, so we have to be a growth area, we've been told. So they have to come to the table with the necessary resources to provide all the various different pieces of infrastructure, including healthcare and transportation, that's going to be required by their mandate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Good to see you, Tom. A question about one of the numbers that you talked about. I think if I got it right, you said it would save $300 million in roads over 30 years. Did I get that right?
That's right, yeah.
Is that, can you just tell us what sort of dollars that is in? Is that in today's dollars or 2015?
Canadian dollars.
Well, that's perfect.
I think at the time it was probably discounted for future. I'm not sure about that,
Okay.
Sandy. But the reason is that if you're just going to expand into the farmland as we did, you're going to have to build bigger and longer roads. And if we can intensify, then we don't have to do that. And the number that staff calculated at the time over a 30-year horizon, and was part of the justification for the expense, even when we were considering, of course, doing our own share on this, was there's going to be a $300 million saving over a 30-year period, $10 million a year, I suppose, because we wouldn't have to build expanded road systems. I mean, you still have to build expanded road systems, but not to the extent that we would have had to if we didn't have the LRT, and we were just using up. We know we're using 50% less farmland, so we know that we don't have to build roads into them.
Yeah. If I can just follow up, that makes perfect sense. I was just wondering what year that report was done, and just because the costs have increased so much for everything, just trying to put it in perspective.
You might ask staff to recalculate that, but that was done at the time the decision was being made, and it was part of the decision process that we would save $300 million. We were going to spend this much money, and we're going to have all these other benefits in terms of farmland and so on, but there was also a monetary saving.
Yeah, 2010?
2010 is when we did it, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair James. Tom, I don't have a question for you, but my counterparts sitting next to me have said that it's really nice to see you. So I would like to reiterate that it's really nice to see you, and thank you for your expertise with regard to the LRT. I don't have a question for you, but I know that if I did, you could answer it well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Good to see you and appreciate your remarks here today. Moving on to Brian Kennedy, Executive Director, Downtown Cambridge BIA.
Good morning, Regional Council and staff. On behalf of the Downtown Cambridge BIA, I'm here today to share our full support for the LRT expansion from Fairway Station to Downtown Cambridge. As originally intended, the reliable continuous transit route for public transportation that connects our three cities is vital to uniting the region, providing a greater community with means to move around in the region in a timely, sustainable, and safe manner that reduces traffic congestion, especially in our downtown cores. LRT has been seen in the region to stimulate commercial and residential development, resulting in more people living and working near the transit line. As a BIA, we recognize the continued support that we need to have a healthy downtown requires people living and working in the downtown, and LRT has been identified as a catalyst for this potential economic growth. When speaking with businesses who opened in downtown Cambridge, property owners who have invested in our core area, developers, and even engaged citizens, there's something that they all share, and that is that Cambridge is their home or place of work because not only do they think Cambridge is great today, but specifically downtown Cambridge they think will be even greater tomorrow. Right now, they share an excitement and enthusiasm that downtown Cambridge's potential has only just begun to be realized, and that LRT expansion, specifically a continuous line from Fairway Station all the way to downtown Cambridge, is also going to be a vote of confidence to these businesses, institutions, and developers to continue to do their part in investing in our downtown, unlocking downtown Cambridge's full potential. Regional Council and staff have continued to support this project, and we look forward to you continuing with your leadership to continue beyond today with your support. Downtown Cambridge deserves a full-length LRT route. This is vital for our future, and I thank you for your time and support.
Thank you, Brian. I have no questions from council. Thank you for coming in this morning.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brooklyn Wallace. Is Brooklyn here in person or virtual? No? Okay, we may come back to Brooklyn. Ellie Liu, Waterloo, you're here in person. You have 5 minutes, Ellie.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Ellie. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a student from the University of Waterloo, and like many others here, I am here to speak in full support of the full extension of the ION all the way down to downtown Cambridge or Ainsley Terminal. I'm going to focus a bit more on why the other options don't work, as there are plenty of other people here who have talked about the preferred option itself. And as you know, there are currently 5 options being discussed. 3 of them don't go the full length. And the other 2 of them, there's one that's a BRT, the other that's an LRT. I'm going to touch on the 3 disconnected options first. First one is from Preston to downtown Cambridge. The main issue with this is that while it does connect Cambridge as a city in itself, it is very disconnected from the rest of the region. For example, if I'm going to, say, somewhere in downtown Kitchener to downtown Cambridge, I have to make 2 separate transfers, once at Fairway and another at Preston. This, in theory and in reality, might only add a few minutes to transfer time if the schedules line up correctly. The problem is that if you look at that research, this often isn't the case, not just because it's 2 points of failures, which can cause cascading missed transfers, but also because each transfer you have to make in a transit system is psychologically perceived as having the same effect as sitting 20 extra minutes in a bus. And if you look at the research, this leads to 10 to 30% lower ridership in transit systems which do have many transfers compared to a similar system which do not have as many. The other 2 options that are disconnected are from Ferry to Delta. There's one from Fairway and one from Fairway to Pine Bush and one to Delta. And both of these have the same continuity issues as the previous option. The extension to Pine Bush just outright fails to serve most of Cambridge, which has already been served with really infrequent buses. As other people have mentioned, and from my personal experience, you often have to make multiple transfers just to go within Cambridge. You are saving 35% of the cost, but the whole point of the ION is to connect Cambridge and Waterloo region as a whole. So this one just absolutely fails at that. Meanwhile, an extension to Delta comes so close to serving downtown Cambridge that it just doesn't really make sense to not go the last stop. As somebody, I forgot the name, has previously mentioned, Cambridge is designated by the government, specifically downtown Cambridge is designated by the government of Ontario as an urban growth center, and therefore it has certain intensification, or in other words, growth targets. Developers are already planning for high density growth. Businesses are already expecting this, and therefore a full LRT extension to downtown Cambridge should be made in order to support all this. At its core, again, the concept of the ION is to connect Waterloo region, and that obviously includes its downtown cores, which a extension to Pine Bush or even Delta would not support. The last 2 options are about the full-length extension. However, there's a very key difference between those 2. One is a BRT, or a glorified bus route, as you know, and the other one is an extension of the current light rail. The BRT is similar to our current network, where riders going between Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge have to transfer from a 301 or a light rail to the 302 or the ION bus. This is obviously susceptible to the issues with transfers that I mentioned previously, but it also effectively designates Cambridge and Cambridge Transit riders as second class compared to the rest of the region. This is also compounded on top of the accessibility issues, especially for those who are neurodivergent, have mobility issues, or other disabilities. Speaking from personal experience from many of my friends, even if there are, even if the BRT is built with level boarding or what we call platforms at the same level at the bus, the need to make a transfer itself still poses a big accessibility issue for many.
Ellie, you have about 50 seconds.
Yep. Finally, there is the permanence issue because BRTs are perceived as a lot less permanent than LRTs with changing politics. The BRT is just like a bus service in the sense that it can be cut, it can be routed differently, and the infrastructure itself, bus lanes, can always be changed or painted over and turned into vehicle lanes. Developers are hesitant to build unless there is an actual LRT because tracks and overhead power lines are much harder to remove. If I'm going to leave you with one thing today, it's to remember the 20/80 rule, that putting 20% of the effort gets you 80% of the result, or in this case, 20% of the costs and distance gets you 80% of the value of the LRT line. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. I have no questions from council. Thank you for coming in this morning. And next we have George Sousa, member for Citizens for Cambridge. I believe you are in person. Welcome, George. You have 5 minutes.
Committee Chair James, Regional Chair Redmond, and members of council. My name is George Sousa. I am a longtime resident of the City of Cambridge, a retired civil engineer, and a member of Citizens for Cambridge. I have today with me my colleague John Egoff, and probably watching us on the live stream, Dan Clements. I strongly encourage this committee to support the staff recommendation to extend light rail transit from the Fairway Station to downtown Cambridge as the preferred solution for completing Phase 2 of the ION project, a vision first endorsed by this region in 2010. As you know, the ION is more than transportation. It's a city-building tool that shapes land use, directs growth, and manages long-term costs. Phase 1 demonstrated this. Revitalized cores, billions in private investment. Developers invest because permanent transit, steel and concrete, provides confidence in a way that buses never can. My colleagues and I at Citizens for Cambridge have met with business leaders, elected officials, both current and former, faculty from the U of W School of Architecture, and these conversations revealed some shared priorities and informed 4 key themes that I want to briefly highlight today. The first is equity and regional fairness. Cambridge residents have patiently supported a regional system and now stand fully ready to engage in the next stage. This is about completing a seamless regional system, ensuring all parts of the region benefit from integrated transit infrastructure. Second, economic development and investment confidence. Permanent transit builds investor confidence. It strengthens small businesses, unlocks underused sites for vibrant, walkable communities. Third, smart growth and sustainability. The LRT helps shift growth from sprawl to intensification, using existing infrastructure more efficiently and limiting the need for costly new servicing. This protects agricultural land, natural heritage features, groundwater recharge areas, and their supporting ecological functions. It reduces long-term municipal costs and supports climate goals over time by moving towards a more balanced mix of transportation options, aligning with the region's growth management strategy and the countryside line. Fourth, accessibility and inclusivity. LRT is universally designed, barrier-free, reliable, and accessible to everyone. Major transit station areas can support a mix of housing types, from market to deeply affordable, creating vibrant communities. It gives citizens access to workplaces, to schools, and to healthcare services, making transit efficient, dignified, and fair. These themes are not unfamiliar to you. However, they show that the community support is rooted in sound principles. Construction and fund are real challenges. We know some residents will object to the disruption and to the costs. What matters is how we respond. Citizens for Cambridge will continue to engage the community. We will continue to share information, and if helpful, we will support you, the region, as Phase 2 moves forward. But ultimately, the future of our city and the region depends on the decisions you make today. I urge you to support the staff recommendation, secure the funding required, and show Cambridge and the region are ready to move forward. Now it is time to finish what we started. And as Tom said, on to Cambridge.
Thank you, George. We do have a question from Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Chair, I just want to thank you, George, and the group for all that you've done over the last several months to build a coalition, to bring awareness to this project, to highlight its roles and benefits for Cambridge, for the region. When we spoke, I think back in June, it was perhaps a little early days on the campaign, and it was a tremendous amount of work that your group did, and we can't get to this point without community organizations, without advocates in the community. So I just want to thank you and look forward to going forward from here.
Through you, Chair James, thank you for that, and I'll share that with my colleagues. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, George. We now have Tara De Souza, Sustainable Transportation Specialist, and Andre Estafeu. Pronouncing that incorrectly, you can correct me, please. Administrative Officer for the School of Architecture. You both have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tara De Souza, and I'm the Sustainable Transportation Specialist at the University of Waterloo. I'm joined here today by my colleague, Andre Estafeu, who is the Administrative Officer for the School of Architecture at our Cambridge campus of the University of Waterloo. We're pleased to share today that the University of Waterloo supports full light rail transit service with an extension from the Fairway Station to the Ainslie Street Terminal area. This aligns with the university's forthcoming Sustainable Transportation Plan, promoting improved, sustainable, and accessible commuting, as well as intercampus travel options. The University of Waterloo has 4 campuses, 3 of which are within Waterloo Region, including our Cambridge campus. The Cambridge campus hosts approximately 500 students, both undergraduates and graduate students, and more than 50 faculty and staff. This campus is located at a well-positioned 450 meters from the Ainslie Street Terminal. Expansion of light rail transit aligns with the university's forthcoming and inaugural Sustainable Transportation Plan. A key theme of this plan is enhancing connectivity of our campuses to each other, as well as to the surrounding community. The priorities of this plan and the message we're sharing today reflect extensive engagement with community members across the institution. Reliable and efficient transit options are critical for commuting. We hear regularly from employees and students who live in Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo and need to commute to any one of our campuses in these cities who feel they have few options but to drive. The lack of efficient transit adds financial and environmental strain and limits mobility across the region. A common point of feedback that we hear is that more people would consider taking transit if better options were available. Full light rail will speak to these needs and desires.
In addition to commuting, reliable and efficient transit options are critical for intercampus travel. We hear regularly from both the Waterloo campus and Cambridge campus members that there's a lack of access between our campuses, which is a significant barrier. It's a barrier to research, to teaching, and other collaborative initiatives. It's difficult to travel between the campuses for academics, for essential services, teams, and other activities within our regions. And it makes it hard for both students, staff, and faculty to participate in a lot of the different events and activities, workshops that happen both on our campuses and in our cities. Currently, when students or faculty or staff need to travel between the 2 campuses, they drive if they have a car, but as a few people have pointed out, a student owning a car, insuring a car is quite an expensive venture. They use ride-hailing services or they take the GRT. And again, as pointed out, that can be a over 90-minute one-way venture. So you can imagine both ways, it can be a 3 or 4 hour commitment for a student. And I was recently reminded by practicing architect and Professor David Fortin, who's also a Cambridge resident, that when the Cambridge community funded and supported the move of the school to Cambridge, it received full support from the administration and the faculty with the LRT in mind. And that vision was there then back in 2004 when the school moved to Cambridge. In conclusion, expanding light rail transit would significantly enhance mobility for students and employees between our campuses and the cities in which they are located, while offering a sustainable, equitable, and affordable transportation option. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question from Chair Redmond.
Thank you very much for coming in and adding your voice to this. I know we have a great relationship with the university and the student pass, so I think this would allow students to have a fuller use of that. One of the really compelling things that I've heard from students is when they had the LRT Phase 1 in Kitchener-Waterloo, they no longer were sort of relegated to being close to campus. And I'm just wondering, is that something you're hearing from students in Cambridge, that with an LRT, they would be able to find different places to live while being students?
Councillor Redmond, you've just touched on a thing I hear daily from students, actually. Students would love the opportunity to live in Kitchener, for instance, and commute to Cambridge, to live in some of the other areas in Cambridge and commute into the city centre. It would change a lot of the movement for commuters as well with staff and faculty. So we have a lot of faculty who currently commute from Toronto, and they would happily, if there was a better commuting option internally between the cities, they would welcome that. So yeah, it is a huge barrier for our students. They do regularly tell us that with the change as well in affordable housing in all of our cities, it's often hard for them to find something directly around the campus. And if they wanted to go just a little bit out, even a half an hour, hour out from direct campus access, their mobility is significantly reduced. And they're also an architecture program. I don't know if any of you are aware, they are a discipline that is in-house studying like 12 hours a day. So they are on our campus very long hours. And so that would also increase safety and the movement between home and the school.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming in today. Next, we have Joseph Pupolo, CEO of Polycorp. You have 5 minutes, Joseph.
Thank you very much. Through the chair and through Chair Redmond, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today on this very important issue. I'm going to be departing from some of my planned comments just after hearing the eloquent words of many of my colleagues and friends here. We're all a community within this area. Our company has been developing with us in region for over 40 plus years. We need to view transit not as an add-on or as an afterthought. This is a fundamental part of developing this community. And Phase 1 I-1 has had material changes into the way that we view our community, but more importantly, how people view our community when they're looking to invest. I heard the comment about accessibility, and accessibility went into the specific planning of our plan development at the Mill Street Station. Creating accessible development is a really important part for our region, but also people. Next slide, please. I'm going to share a little bit about my personal story and not focus. I've lived in this region for over 75% of my life. I've gone to school here. I built a business here. I am a resident of Cambridge for the past 10 years. And I'm happy to see my ward councillor here. And while we might have a difference of opinion on the approach, I think we're all very, very passionate about building a stronger community. I think this is, I support full-heartedly the staff recommendation to extend full ION into Cambridge. And I think it's very important for my city of Cambridge, but more importantly, that of the entire region. I reflect and remark on Patrick Gaskin's comments on the hospital. My wife works at Cambridge Memorial Hospital, and how important it is for staff to be able to have other options for getting to that hospital. How important it is for the patients there to have other options to getting to getting that hospital, making it accessible, making it a city that anyone can access. So when I hear those words and hear the challenges of many getting to their place of work, it's more and more importantly that we think about it through that lens. Next slide, please. So I don't think we can argue the tremendous financial success that Stage 1 ION has had. It's been a huge investment, yes, but we continue to reap the rewards. And I want Cambridge, my city, to reap those rewards as well and benefit from that, to have continued investment in there. Not only for the sake of creating housing, creating more opportunities for people to live and work, but the opportunities to create new businesses. I'll remark the City of Kitchener just got its first Michelin star or Michelin recommended restaurant through Odd Duck. A local business said just steps from the ION. This is one of 2 Michelin recommended restaurants in the entire region, but this is part of building the story of a connected community with a shared history. Next slide, please. It's important to create options. We want to create walkable and affordable communities. We want to create economic viability, and I'll speak a little bit more on that in a second. We want to revitalize land. I think from a redevelopment standpoint, it's noted on how many sites have been remediated in both Waterloo and Kitchener that have had environmental contamination that have since been remediated, and new residential and other uses have been put on there. This is a remediation story, this is a revitalization story, but it's also an economic story. Next slide, please.
Joseph, you've got about 1 minute.
Sure. Just from a high level, I think it's very important to look at transit-oriented development. It's very important to create a connected region where people can flow easily. It's very important to make investment ready for the entire world, community, province, and whatnot. We need to make ourselves investment ready. Next slide, please. I'll end with a global viewpoint and how people view our community. We are one of the top 10 regions in the entire country. The world is watching, and they're going to asking ourselves the question, is this community going to continue to grow and invest in its infrastructure? Is this the place where people want to invest capital, build a community, live, and grow? The world is watching us, and they're making investments as a result of it. So when our country is abroad making trade missions to try and bring new jobs and new opportunities back to the community, this is our moment. So I will echo my colleague and friend's statement, onward to Cambridge.
Okay, hold on one moment, Joseph. Councillor McCabe, you have a question?
Thank you, yes. And appreciate it. I mean, everyone coming in to express their, so far, everyone's in support of the full LRT. So I've been appreciating the various presentations. Thank you. I just wanted to make the point / ask the question, Joseph, because I know we talk about it, development and, in a broad range, but the first section of the LRT development charges were part of what were used to help build that. So not really a question to you, but just a reminder that, because I know we've had a lot of back and forth about development charges, but do want to just make the point that they are a crucial piece of financing for municipalities for large infrastructure, like the first half of the LRT. I know we're looking to upper levels of government for the funding for the onward to Cambridge section of the LRT, but just wanted to remind you that DCs, and and I agree with what you've had in your presentation here, but just wanted to remind you and underscore the importance of why municipalities do charge or do work with development companies like yourself to collect DCs. They're a vital part of how we build our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Redmond.
Could I just?
Do you want to? Okay, you can respond to that.
She did say it was a question, so I am going to jump in here. On the point of development charges, we are sitting at an interesting moment, both in our from a federal perspective as well as a provincial perspective. I would invite all heads of council to participate in a further discussion of the different possibilities that might be in place to re-examine development charges. As a component of that, the federal budget is bringing forward a new budget forward where there is infrastructure spending. There are desires to look at new methods of funding at a provincial level. Waterloo region is viewed very favorably at multiple levels of government. We have a unique opportunity to look at development charges through a new way and work with our different levels of government to secure other funding. And I would also tie in one additional point. There's a really good opportunity to tie in private funding and looking at new funding models. So while I expect and hope for a continued vibrant debate, I think there's some real opportunities that we all need to take advantage of.
Thank you. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. Thank you for coming in. And I know that you talked to other levels of government beside the regional government. So I guess I would just ask you to comment, because I'm getting updates on my on my phone, BlackBerry's dead, about, sorry? I said that's sad. That's sad. Well, it does show how we continue to build on the shoulders of those who came before us, though. And I'm wondering if you just would comment on the updates I'm getting on the federal budget and the nation-building focus that both the federal and provincial government have on this kind of infrastructure project, and the fact that developers have stepped up in Waterloo region, and they have been part of the solution, whether it's housing or economic development. What do you think our chances are when we go to the provincial and federal government, when we stand on a platform of success, that we will be successful asking for a full funding for this?
I think that's an excellent point. And looking at our current geopolitical climate, there is definitely a need to look at infrastructure in a way to make ourselves more durable long term. I definitely think that we will be successful if we all work collaboratively in order to make the solution. I think, unfortunately, and I recognize there's going to be different viewpoints, and that's part of our democracy and something that we should celebrate. However, when we're going up to other levels of government, we should be asking for that investment. We should be looking for investment as one of the 10th biggest communities or regions in the entire province, and a huge driver for economic growth. I think we'll be quite successful if we continue to work collaboratively with all of our partners, and also working with industry, whether it be the large-scale employers in our community that employ people, or developers or people that are looking to invest in this community and work in a collaborative fashion.
Thank you, Joseph. Chair Redmond, was there any follow-up? Nope. Okay. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you for coming in today. Next, we have Scott Hamilton of Cambridge. I believe you're virtual. And you have 5 minutes, Scott.
Hi, can you see me? Sorry, I'm having trouble getting the video working. There we go.
There you are.
Great, thank you, Chair James. Good morning, everyone. My name is Scott Hamilton. I'm a resident of Cambridge. Full-time, I work as the Senior Director at United Way Waterloo Region. Part-time, I'm the Ward 7 Councillor at the City of Cambridge. But my comments right now are not representing any of those organizations. It's coming from me. I'm delegating today on the topic of the Ion Light Rail Transit, LRT Stage 2 to Cambridge. And I want to go back to 2016, 2017, when I just moved into the region of Waterloo. And living in Cambridge, I actually worked as a postdoc at the Balsillie School of International Affairs, Office 218, and I looked out to the fairly newly constructed Ion LRT tracks. And at that time, I wouldn't say I was a skeptic, but I was skeptical because there were no trains rolling, and I thought, why invest this amount of money to build tracks that don't have any trains on them? That changed in time. The train started rolling. I saw students, I saw seniors, I saw residents of all walks of life start filling those Ion trains. And as I walked around uptown Waterloo, and I worked in various roles at the Balsillie School as an adjunct prof, as staff, as a postdoc for 4 years, uptown Waterloo was transformed by this. And residents, shopkeepers that were once very critical of the installation of the LRT due to the tremendous costs of construction became massive advocates because they saw their neighborhoods transformed and their cores come to life. And this is something that, as a resident of Cambridge, I would be very excited to bring to our city, not just for the benefit of Cambridge and our residents, but for the entire region. And one thing that I'd like to address, at times in Cambridge, I feel people look at the ION or the LRT as something that's almost like a theoretical construct. Like, there's no way this can happen here. Well, we have the example. We have Kitchener and Waterloo and the tremendous successes that former or previous delegates have discussed as delegations. So we have proof, local proof, that this can work. It's not just a train, and I do hear this frequently. Why would we build a train when there are other modes of transportation that could be looking more towards the future, per se? True, trains would pull more cars off the road. They would reduce pollution. They would allow students, seniors, persons that need accessible transportation to get around. They'd reduce congestion on our roads. But to look at the LRT as simply a train, I would say that's a mistake. What the LRT is an unparalleled social and economic development creation machine. It's an unparalleled tool to revitalize a city and take it into the future. When you put down LRT tracks in comparison to regular roads or BRT, that is a stable investment in infrastructure that allows development to pop up. It allows schools, it allows cities to plan parks, recreational activities, placemaking. And again, you see all of the evidence that's popping up in Kitchener and Waterloo, and that growth is still continuing. So stage one ION has already led to $5.25 billion in development along the CTC, the Central Transit Corridor, and between 19,000 and 22,000 new homes have already been constructed. The social benefits are obvious. We talked about, again, seniors, students, adults from all walks of life that need to get from point A to point B. They might not have a car, they might not want one, but also the geographical component of the LRT, I think, is essential. Since I've moved to Cambridge, I don't think it's any secret that there are some growing pains from the amalgamation of the city to being teamed up in the region of Waterloo with Kitchener and Waterloo. And what the LRT, I think, would do is actually unify the entire region to finally bring it together all the way from the north to the south and link it. So instead of, you could say, a confrontational approach or a who gets what, zero-sum game type of approach, we would all truly be in this together. And if we look at the geopolitical conflicts that we're having today, the only way that we are going to succeed nationally and internationally as a region, whether it's socially or in terms of our advanced manufacturing capacity, is by linking ourselves together. And the LRT is one way to build that economic strength and also that social strength that we know we're going to need if the region is to grow to 1 million people by 2050. I know, Chair James, you're going to say I have 50 seconds left.
Yes, I am.
All right, I'll get on it. There have been previous examples in Cambridge, for example, the multiplex, where we know those have been sidetracked because there have been some very loud voices that have taken potential projects, side-railed them or taken them off track, and then 10, 15 years later, we say, why didn't we build that when we had the chance? Because now the costs have tripled. We are paying more to actually get less. So the LRT is something I think we should have started constructing 10 years ago, but if not 10 years ago, the second best time is today. So we know the LRT works to transform cities. We know if the funding doesn't go to us, it's going to go to other cities. We know it's an incredible social and economic driver for Cambridge and the entire region. When we know we need to adapt to change and use evidence like that staff produced to make innovative and bold decisions to protect the future of our city and our region. And so the LRT does just this, and I urge Regional Council to follow staff's recommendation and support Stage 2 ION LRT light rail to downtown Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one question. Councillor Hunick, your question?
Thank you, Chair James. Thank you, Scott, for coming today. Thank you for highlighting that LRT to Cambridge is not only important for the economic development of the city and the residents who live there, but it's important for the whole region and anybody who wants to travel to and from. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Scott, for coming in today or joining us virtually. Next, we have Matthew Boyjea.
Right, it's on?
The green light's on, you're good to go. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you for having me here. My name is Matthew Bajaya. I live in downtown Kitchener, and I've lived here for the last 3 years. After having moved from Scarborough, the ION and the GRT have been massive parts of transforming Kitchener from a place that I live to a place that I proudly call home. I ride public transit most of the time, the ION LRT whenever possible, especially. And building on others' points, the connections between points of interest is what makes the ION LRT so amazing. During any event, I take the LRT right to the heart of the BIA supporting it. Every Saturday, I can take the LRT to Kitchener Market or to the St. Jacobs Market and access the freshest local food that the region has to offer. Better yet, my apartment is located right next to the line and next to Victoria Park, where I'm able to access some of the lovely areas that the city has to offer. And I can see how it's transformed the area from just a few sidewalks to wide sidewalks and boulevards, trees that are lining the streets, and the lovely fall colors that we've had over the last couple of months. My apartment also exists because of the permanence of the ION line that incentivize developers to build the best buildings possible along that line. The ION also helped to develop the surroundings, like I mentioned, and help to incentivize walking and cycling paths so that those who need methods to go to other locations can also use those paths. I enjoy the additional nature that's been planted there and the ones that have already been protected there, thanks to the ION line not spreading out development into these areas. Every time I visit Cambridge, I'm in awe of how many wonderful locations they have as well. The Cambridge Market, the Statues Garden Public Library, and the Gaslight District, all of that in Galt alone. The shopping and business areas and the amazing park right in the area of Delta. The amazing selection of shopping and activities that Cambridge Centre and Pine Bush have to offer. The historic and thriving Preston area, and even the growing area in the southern Kitchener area of Sports World. All of these areas are areas that I would visit weekly, and I know that Cambridge residents would visit daily if they had the connections to make it possible. Right now, most of these places require a vehicle to visit or walk through a parking lot just to reach them, and that doesn't make them accessible to a lot of people with mobility devices. The housing that people live in right now are also often too far from these areas or from the transit that would allow them to reach there, and they might require 2 transfers just to reach that spot, where the ION line could bring that down to just a single transfer or could allow them to go from any part of the region to any other part of the region. The ION in Cambridge and South Kitchener would give a trunk line that links these important locations to all of the other locations and also allows the bus lines to feed in and out of that. The extension to Cambridge will not just change Cambridge. It'll connect the city, it'll unify the region, and it will ultimately bring Cambridge into a new era. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I see no questions from council. Thank you for coming in today and providing your perspective to this. Next, we have Mackenzie Meek, project manager, planner with Cambridge Mill. You have 5 minutes, Mackenzie.
Thank you, committee, for your time today to hear my delegation regarding the region's proposed extension of the rapid transit to downtown Cambridge, as outlined in the report. My name is Mackenzie Meek, and I'm the in-house planner and project manager for Pearl Hospitality, which includes the Cambridge Mill. The Cambridge Mill has been proudly operating in the region for over 15 years, and it's become deeply rooted in the fabric of downtown Cambridge. The purpose of my delegation is to confirm Cambridge Mill's full support for the proposed light rail transit project to downtown Cambridge, and more specifically, the recommendations in the report. We firmly believe that the LRT to Cambridge is essential for the continued growth and prosperity of the region. Building on the success of the LRT in Waterloo and Cambridge, or Waterloo and Kitchener, Cambridge deserves the same opportunity to bring reliable, sustainable transit to the downtown and support the ongoing transformation efforts for a vibrant, connected city where both residents and businesses want to thrive. I also want to emphasize the relationship between the proposed LRT extension to downtown Cambridge and the existing Cambridge Mill, as well as the proposed Cambridge Mill Hotel and Residence project. The proposed project will bring significant commercial accommodation and housing opportunities to downtown Cambridge and the region, generating hundreds of jobs. That said, a lot of the success is closely tied to the accessibility and convenience that the LRT to downtown Cambridge would provide, especially in supporting the many new employment opportunities created by the Cambridge Mill facilities. As a member in the Cambridge business community, we're not alone in our enthusiasm for the LRT. The report and the delegates today clearly demonstrate the strong support from local residents, businesses, and community leaders, all sharing the same vision for a more connected and accessible Cambridge and region. In closing, I'd like to thank you again for your time and consideration. The LRT extension, along with the recommendations in the report, will play a vital role in shaping Cambridge and the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. I see no questions from council. Thank you for coming in today. Next, we have Helen Shrury, Councillor, Ward 1, City of Cambridge. And you have 5 minutes, Helen.
Good morning, chairs and councillors. I'm here today to appeal to you to think carefully, very carefully, before voting for the extension, the LRT extension to Cambridge, because something about this doesn't seem right. Do Cambridge residents really want the LRT extension to Cambridge? Did you ask them? What I heard while canvassing was an overwhelming no. Out of roughly 1,000 residents I spoke with about the LRT, only 3 supported it. 3. The message hasn't changed. People across Cambridge keep saying the same thing. They don't want it. Cambridge councillors, did you ask that question when you were canvassing? Yet some groups claim there is broad public support. Well, if you're so confident, let's prove it. Let's have a plebiscite and ask taxpayers directly. Don't you want to know? The original LRT decision was made back in 2009. That's 16 years ago. A lot has changed. Cambridge has a new demographic and a different reality. What made sense in 2009 may not necessarily make sense today. And we also need real honesty and transparency about costs. Saying the LRT won't cost taxpayers or increase their property taxes is simply false, wherever it comes from. Whether it's federal, provincial, local, it's all taxpayer money. Operating the full operating system for the LRT is projected to cost $23.8 million per year, and much of that will fall on Cambridge taxpayers. And the number will only rise by the time it's built. And have we talked about the cost of additional bridges to be built, the disruption to businesses and homes during the years of construction, or potential lawsuits like the $10 million the region paid to Central Meat Market for loss of business? And what about those businesses that closed and never reopened? And let's talk about Hespeler Road. Either we widen it and pay millions in expropriation fees, or we take away a lane and make it more congested. That means fewer customers for the businesses and more frustration for the residents. None of this has been clearly explained to the taxpayers. Cambridge has contributed over $60 million towards the Kitchener-Waterloo's LRT capital cost and still pays a third of operating costs. If Kitchener-Waterloo isn't funding Cambridge's LRT capital costs, well, we want our money back. Cambridge is not a bottomless pit of money. We are tapped out. And who will actually ride the LRT? Will you? Have you? Most residents won't. It doesn't reach our residential, industrial, recreational, or most of our school areas. It'll run mainly down Hespeler Road to downtown Galt, far from where most people live and work. And when I drive through Waterloo, I lived in Waterloo when the LRT was first decided, I often see nearly empty trains carrying mostly students from outside the region. Is that really worth billions of taxpayer dollars? And then we keep hearing about the 10 to 11 billion in economic development. Where exactly is that number coming from? High rises? I support development, but while these are presented to broaden the tax base and a way to reduce property taxes, have they? Growth has not paid for growth. Taxpayers are paying for growth. And the concept of economies of scale has never worked in government. Why is that?
Helen, you have 1 minute left.
Residents want practical improvements, safer, wider roads, and better traffic flow to get them where they need to go quickly. It's time we start listening, truly listening to the taxpayers, the people who live here, work here, and pay the bills. Never forget, as Abraham Lincoln said, we were elected by the people, for the people, so let's start listening to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions from councillors. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And I don't disagree in some of the things you said. We've taxed the taxpayer significantly. But we're growing, we're evolving. If we do nothing, if we do not plan to grow, do you not think that we create more of a density, more cars, more emissions? This is a solution, a futuristic solution that actually we should have done years ago. I think we need this. The question to you is that, why do you think the taxpayer is going to pay it when we're going for grant from the government? Understanding the government's already put this money aside, it is sitting there ready to be given out, and if we don't take it, as Tom Galloway said, then it will go to the next community. This is an opportunity, I think, that we can't afford to pass up. Do you understand that? Do you see that?
I do understand that you are asking the provincial or federal government to pay for the capital costs. The operating costs and all the other potential costs will be borne by the Cambridge taxpayers. And when I look, when the economic development, excuse me, the LRT brought to Kitchener-Waterloo, their property taxes still kept going up. So that's my point. There's a point where taxpayers can't afford it. So we want growth, but we have to tell the taxpayers, okay, this is what we're going to give you, but don't forget, your taxes will be going up. Right now, 5%, I'm getting a lot of emails. People are upset about the potential 5% property tax increase in Cambridge. What do you think it's going to be with that? When we already have almost a 200 million infrastructure gap. People are just tapped out.
And I totally understand, and I don't disagree, but I also see that we have to evolve. If we don't evolve, then we create chaos. And this is a way of preventing chaos and allowing to evolve together, but we'll choose to disagree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wolf, your question?
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Helen, for your different view. You asked a couple of questions. One, you asked if we asked our residents about the LRT, and the answer is yes. So I campaigned all over Cambridge. I think I received over 8,000 votes. I did ask, and even in my pamphlet, it was about the LRT was there, in terms of trying to get fairness for Cambridge to finish the LRT. I know that you ran against the late Donna Reid, and lost. And Donna was in favor of the LRT as well. So I know you have the 944 votes to be elected in the by-election, but I don't think that is the same as all over Cambridge. And
Councillor
all
Wolf,
the different people that we've heard.
I just want to caution you, questions related to the
I'm
delegation.
answering a question that was asked.
I'm conscious of getting into debate back and forth right now.
You ask if we've been listening to our residents, and the answer is yes. And I would just say that I was elected for 4 terms as a city councillor, and I've listened, and now as a regional council. And I think with all the delegates from all various parts of the city and the region, we've shown that we are listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. If you'll indulge me, mine is a bit more of a comment to the presenter, not so much a question.
A quick comment?
Yes. Really, Helen, I just want to say thank you very much for coming out. I can only imagine, well, I have been in the scenario where I'm the only one in the room who thinks a certain way. And I do really appreciate you bringing forward a different perspective, because it's not fair to say that everyone unanimously agrees. That's the nature of politics. So I do really appreciate you coming in, although I don't personally agree with everything that you said. I think it's really important for all of us to hear different perspectives and to be able to validate our thinking against those. So I really appreciate you coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming in, Helen. A question and a quick comment on students riding transit. They pay into the system just as every rider does through their tuition, so they're paid riders. My question though is, if we don't go ahead with LRT, what would be your proposed solution to improve capacity on roads like Hespeler and to accommodate the growth that's coming to the city?
Well, personally, I think buses are more flexible, but it's not about what I think. I think it's about what the Cambridge residents think. And that's why I push so hard. Let's have a plebiscite. Let's actually ask them. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Pam's right, maybe she's wrong. But let's ask the residents.
Thank you, Helen, for coming in. And I do agree. I think there's value in hearing different perspectives. So thank you for coming in and sharing. I see no further questions from council. We now have Seth Van Leeuwen from North Dumfries. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Seth Van Leeuwen. I've lived in and around Cambridge my entire life. I grew up in Hespeler, and when I was around 8, we moved over to just east of Galt. And I'm sorry, I'm freezing up. And basically, I'm a commuter. I commute by automobile everywhere I go. I go to college at Conestoga College. I go to work. Currently, I work in Guelph. I worked in other places. I've worked in Cambridge. I've worked in New Dundee even. And this whole time I've commuted by car. And I'd like to come at this with the perspective of someone who drives everywhere and my take on the LRT, where I am in full support. I would like to see it come all the way to downtown Galt in Cambridge. And currently I go to Conestoga College, and a big issue I run into a lot is that choke point right between Cambridge and Kitchener, where commuters come from Kitchener to Cambridge, Cambridge to Kitchener, such as from Homer Watson or in other places like King Street East to Chance Hill and Fountain Street North and South, where this is a big choke point where a lot of people drive there because they have to. It's the main option. Either you're driving by car or you're in a bus, which has the same traffic. And I find that the LRT provides a great alternative to that, where people from Preston, people from Galt, can take that option to get to where they need to go, or people coming from Kitchener to Preston or to Galt can take this as an option to be able to bypass this traffic and have a very appealing alternative that at the moment buses just cannot provide. And well, not that I'm against buses, but yeah. And this is a stance I have with it where, yeah, I'm very much in favor of the the full LRT, where I find that it is a great way to reduce traffic in a lot of those areas, primarily that choke point, and in all the other areas it covers, such as Hespeler Road, downtown Galt, and in Preston. For me, ever since when I was 13, me and my dad visited the Netherlands, and I fell in love with the kind of density and stuff they have there, and I've dreamed of ever since then living in a walkable city where I don't need to own a vehicle. Currently, in our family, there's 4 of us living at home, and we have 3 vehicles. This is barely enough to cover where we need to go. We are very lucky that 3 of us, me and my parents, all live very close to we all work very close to each other. And we are able to share vehicles, but this is not always an option, and not an option for every family, where we might even have needed 4 vehicles with our current situation had we worked further apart. And this is an option where I've had the lifelong dream where I want to live somewhere where we have options to get around, where we can drive or we can take the different forms of transport, which this kind of thing would very much provide. And so long term, I would like to live somewhere like very dense like that. And since I have gone to school in Cambridge, I have worked in Cambridge, and I have made friends all over Cambridge, I would like to be able to have this city, well, the city of Cambridge, be that place where I can have live in an area that satisfies my needs, where I may need to own like one vehicle for getting around, maybe two, and still be able to house a big family for when I'm growing up. Well, when I'm raising a family. And yeah, so again, I would like support in full the LRT coming all the way to Guelph from Fairview Mall. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Seth. I see no questions from council. Really appreciate you coming in and taking the time and giving your personal perspective on this. Next, we have, and I guess it's just for council, we have a few more delegations, and then we're going to take about a 5-minute break before we move on with the agenda, okay? Next is David Craig of Cambridge. I believe you are virtual. You have 5 minutes, David.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your time, giving me the opportunity to speak on the LRT expansion. Today, I am speaking against the LRT expansion. My concern stems from the escalating cost estimates. Capital costs for the full LRT have ballooned to about $4.45 billion at this point, obviously in 2033 dollars. That's quite a large jump from the initial estimates. I'm concerned about additional future projects that may spur out of this that the taxpayer won't be aware of. If the LRT is put down Hesper Road, for example, we should expect that Hesper Road will probably need to be expanded at some point. That's a cost that I'm not sure many residents are aware of. There doesn't seem to be a large margin of error for project overruns on this. The local taxes are being raised at a rate above inflation as it is. I'm very concerned about what will happen with these overruns and if we're creating an environment that will be unsustainable for taxpayers. There's also been quite a few concerns laid out in the environmental project report. There's property impacts, business acquisitions, traffic congestion on King, Eagle, and Hesper Road have been brought up. Concerns over the roundabout at Dundas and Beverly, and there's a lot of building complexity with this project. I would probably personally argue that the way that the ion system should have been built was Cambridge first because it was the most complex, and later on Kitchener-Waterloo, which would have been a much easier build out, would have tackled the inflation issue as well. My other concern too is there's been a lot of political change since the original ion was put in place. We've had a fairly fiscally irresponsible federal government in power for a long time, which has caused a lot of additional taxation for Cambridge citizens. There's rising food costs. It's caused the municipalities to incur much higher rates of labor rates, much higher rates on different things that they need to acquire. This has caused taxes to raise as well. And we've seen some fiscal irresponsibility at the provincial level as well. The other concern that I have is we have a decreasing ridership from what I could see, and we don't seem to do a very good job at fare box recovery. Our recovery rate is much lower than other regions that I've looked at, so it's very concerning in the long term. That said, I don't want to leave on a negative note. If this project were to move forward, there is a few things that I would like to recommend. I believe that the current estimate of $4.5 billion, with a project timeline from what I could figure out of about 5 years, should be based on $2035, which would put it at about $4.87 billion. This would build in more of a contingency and would account for things such as legal battles and expropriation costs. I think there needs to be better communication with the public. I know there's been a lot of meetings held. I know there was a survey sent out. The survey was a little misleading because it didn't give the option to not have an LRT extension. It also only surveyed a very small portion of Cambridge. I think regional council also needs to figure out how to make transit costs more fair for Cambridge residents. We've been subsidizing the ION system now for quite a few years, and I think a lot of Cambridge residents don't necessarily agree with this expansion as much as they feel that this is the only way to get their money back. I think that's a concern that needs to be taken into account. And then I also think that we should be very transparent about what the possible maintenance costs increases could be for taxpayers, what they might expect down the road if the expansion goes through, so that everybody has a very clear picture of what they might be getting into. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. And we do have a question from Councillor Hunick. Go ahead, Councillor.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Thank you, David, for coming today. Do you use public transit?
I don't use public transit in Cambridge, but I have used it in the past. I lived out in Vancouver for quite a long time and used it to get out from downtown Vancouver to Richmond. So I am very familiar with how it all works.
Okay, thank you. And where did your fare box recovery data from GRT come from?
I apologize. I can't remember the exact document I got it from. It took a very long time for me to find it. The estimates that I did find were about 35 to 40%. And if I'm wrong on that, feel free to correct me on that.
I think you're correct on that, but my understanding is that's a very good fare recovery rate for public transit. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions. David, once again, thank you for coming in and providing your perspectives to this discussion. Next, we have Adam Cooper from Cambridge. And you have 5 minutes, Adam.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair James, Chair Redmond, Regional Council. It's good to be back here. I haven't been here since last council. Okay, I'm going to start on this. I've been my name is Adam Cooper. I'm a councillor for the City of Cambridge. I've been on the fence for a bit with this. I'm trying to learn a lot about it. I'm definitely leaning towards being in opposition because I've got a lot of concerns, and I'm hearing a lot of concerns from residents I've heard over the years. So I'm going to try and give them a little bit of a voice of the things that maybe we need to listen to, because we've had a lot of kind of rainbows and sunshine messages about how wonderful this is, but we need to hear both sides. So I'm just going to bring you some of my concerns I have. As far as the ridership, I mean, will Cambridge residents use the LRT? Because we're not Kitchener, we're not Waterloo. What I do know from what I've heard, what I've learned recently, 6 years later, after this was launched, the ridership is the same as it was when it started. And that's despite a population increase of 20% over the same period. That's not too convincing to me. And how much we also have to consider Cambridge being different. How much do we use the GRT? The fact is that Cambridge uses the GRT currently half as much as Kitchener does, and less than half as much as Waterloo does. We know that a lot of the use, a lot of the ridership were the students. That's fine, nothing wrong with students using them. But with a lot of recent changes with Conestoga College, you know, a lot of those students are not there, and they're definitely not in Cambridge. It's a different city. Another one of my concerns is that the path that this is intended to take, it will be of little to no use to people in Hespeler. They're going to be multiple kilometers away from this stop. Same with Preston, kind of just touches on the end of it. And Galt, we have a long line that travels straight through commercial zones that is multiple kilometers away from the vast majority of the people in Cambridge. So we talk about how convenient this will be to families, children, families carrying groceries, the seniors. I kind of question that when they have to drive a car for a few kilometers to even get to this. There's also other issues that don't get discussed in a lot of these myriad of promotional articles that get sent to the media. One thing that never gets mentioned is the congestion. We know for a fact, we've seen in Kitchener-Waterloo, we know this will bring congestion. It just will. We know. People, saying that it isn't is based on this flimsy, poor logic that, well, there's people on the LRT, so that must mean it's less cars. No, people that are driving are going to continue to drive. They still do. And what's going to happen in Hespeler Road is they are going to take away 2 lanes. This is going to be absolutely horrendous for the congestion in Cambridge, and that's just that road. There's going to be effects in other places. This never gets discussed. People of Cambridge, the families that built this, that are driving around, that have to take their children to hockey, have to go get groceries, have to go get the medications as shoppers, they're going to be driving their cars, and it is going to be brutally difficult for them to get around anywhere. And that's once this is done. Never mind when during the construction. There's also the concept of expropriation that nobody wants to talk about. It's nice when the lawyers are the ones doing this, but is anyone here prepared to sit on the couch of the homes that have families in and look them in the eyes and say, we're going to take your home away from you. You have no choice in this, because that's going to happen too. I like to think that we live in a community where we don't throw each other under the bus. Then it comes down to the cost. Cambridge has already put in $60 million to this. We know that by the time there's shovels in the ground for this, we're probably easily going to be up around 150, maybe 200 million. And I've got 1 minute left, thank you. That could be 150, 200 million towards your Kitchener-Waterloo LRT that we will have had no return on. And I can tell you there's people in Cambridge that want that money back. And they deserve that. And I wonder what's going to happen when this actually comes to fruition, this is done. Is Kitchener-Waterloo, the region, are they going to pay Cambridge's share for 12 years as we did to you? There's a lot of taxpayers in Cambridge that are wondering that. We have 4,500 million for a train that goes one straight path through no residential areas, making it effectively useless to most people in Cambridge. We are not Kitchener-Waterloo. We need growth, but it needs to come with a vision. Cambridge residents have told me year after year they do not want Cambridge to become Toronto, like we're seeing in other areas. We also don't want to be, I'll only be another 20 seconds. We also don't want to be saddled with the cuts of a transit system that will have very little practical use to the majority of residents of Cambridge, nor do we want the horrendous congestion that we know we will get. This massive amount of money can be spent in far more effective ways, and the people of Cambridge deserve to hear the truth about this potential boondoggle instead of what they've been fed.
Adam, your time is
by the
up.
media. Thank you very much.
We do have a question from Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, Adam, for coming in. There's some things that I will agree on. Transit doesn't always mean cars off the road. I will definitely agree on that. But as a lifelong resident of the region, specifically in Cambridge, I know that Cambridge needs the growth. Cambridge has always wanted more, and you hear it from our representatives from Cambridge themselves, that what's in it for Cambridge, and this is what's in it for Cambridge. In Kitchener, I live in Forest Heights, now that I've moved here. I don't have direct access to the ION. There is connecting buses that I can get to use that ION if I need to go somewhere. So there's that aspect of it, but I think that a lot of Cambridge residents, especially the seniors that I have spoken to in Cambridge specifically, are looking to this because they know that we need the growth, and if we don't build it, it's not going to come.
Okay, I didn't hear a question, Councillor Gowing, so thank you, Adam, for coming in and providing your perspective as well on this
Thank you very much. I appreciate you giving me the time. Have a good day.
Okay, we now have John Wylett, President of Property Taxpayers Alliance. I believe you are in person and you have 5 minutes. John.
Good morning, mayors, councillors, Chair Redmond and Chair James. Apparently I get the final word on the LRT discussions today. So the PTA is concerned about the LRT extension's potential impact on Cambridge property taxes and affordability. For example, where will funding come from should the LRT annual operating and maintenance costs, estimated to be $24 million a year, exceed fare revenue? Who will pay the difference? Cambridge taxpayers. What about potential cost overruns or oversights? We see significant taxpayer risk. I'm sure you'd agree that any potential property tax impact should be determined and disclosed to Cambridge residents in advance of making any LRT decision. It's the right thing to do and necessary to help them an informed decision to either support or not support the LRT. And yes, the decision should be theirs or their representatives and no one else's. From a study the PTA is aware of, Helen Shorey spoke about this, out of 1,000 Cambridge residents, the vast majority said they do not want the LRT. Now, Councillor Pam Wolf says she isn't listening to her residents, and so she should have no problem with a referendum. To properly disclose to Cambridge taxpayers the impact the LRT program may have on their property taxes, we need to have a credible financial cost analysis completed by an independent professional engineering firm that is not beholden to the Waterloo Regional Government. Has this been done? Anybody, has it been done? Do we know these costs, the potential impact on taxpayers in Cambridge? So it hasn't been done. I must assume that then. If it has not been done, how can the Cambridge LRT decision even be considered at this time? To proceed without such fact-based information would be completely irresponsible. Don't you agree? The PTA agrees with the Councillor Helen Shorey's motion that an independent fact-based cost analysis of the Cambridge LRT extension be done. You've now heard from quite a number of small special interest groups, but we have not heard from the vast silent majority of Cambridge voters yet. Are we listening? The go, no-go decision to be made by Cambridge residents in a referendum vote and not by regional councillors and mayors who do not live in Cambridge. This is the only right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I do not see any questions from council. This concludes our delegations for today. So I want to thank all of the delegations who have come to speak, to provide perspective. We will be taking a short recess for about 5 minutes for a bio break, and then we will continue with our agenda for the day. All right, we will now move on to item 6, the consent agenda. Is there a mover and a seconder, Councillor Sallin, or did you want to pull something from there? Okay, yes, what did you want to pull?
Thank you. I was hoping to actually pull 6.2.1 and 6.3.1.
Okay, so 6.2.1 and 6.3.1?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I will move for 6.1.1 on the agenda. So Councillor Gowing, Councillor Foxton. So we are approving that one. You'll be prompted in eScribe. Yeah. No, 6.1.1 is what we should be voting on. Yep. And I'm in favor. Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
So we've already moved inside. We're in the process of voting. This report, however, is connected with the LRT report. If you wanted to speak to something there, because this was there's nothing to vote on per se. So if there's a question, there's an opportunity to
About the Central Transit
about
Corridor?
this report, since it will be mentioned in the presentation.
Okay, I'll ask my questions then in the
Okay.
following. Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I can't get into eScribe here. So are we not on the consent agenda?
Councillor Leggett, we are on the consent agenda right now.
Okay.
Items 6.2.1 and 6.3.1 have been pulled. Everyone right now is voting on item 6.1.1
Okay.
on the consent agenda. And you're in favor of that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried. Okay, so Councillor Salonen, you can speak to the two reports that you wanted pulled.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted some clarification on 6.2.1. In particular, I was curious what the difference of these new ZCB design standards are from the LEED TM silver standards. That wasn't super clear to me. And then the other question I had as well, which kind of ties into it, is on page 3 of the report, it mentioned that insured losses from severe weather in 2024 were estimated across Canada to be $8.5 billion, which is huge. I'm curious, how does that relate into the ZCB design standards and helping us weatherproofing for severe weather events? Because I didn't quite get that from the greenhouse gas reduction targets that it more so talked about in the appendices. So just looking for those connections, please.
Commissioner Rose?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Salonen. So the first question is, what is the difference between the LEED silver and the ZCB standards? So these new standards are just updated with new technologies and new techniques, but they also have a different price for registration of the building as that certification. And what the advantages of the ZCB standards over LEED is that the cost is lower to register a building with that particular standard, which means that the money that we have allocated for funding for these buildings will be better spent in investing in the technologies to meet the net zero. So that's one of the big advantages to moving to this new system. And also these buildings often have a net zero impact from an operations and maintenance perspective, or even a 3% return on investment. So they're a little bit more strict with respect to what's required for this type of standard. And again, the registration costs are lower. So that's one of the differences. But if you would like a more fulsome fulsome information on that, I can ask staff to prepare that for council if that's what council requires. And then the next piece is on the, I'm just trying to find it in the report, the greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah, so this is just, and perhaps Commissioner Regier can help me up on this one too, as his team provided this information, but this is a general statement saying that, you know, if we don't build net zero, if we don't go towards lowering greenhouse gas emissions, then this will further exacerbate climate change, and then the damages from climate change due to storms, increased rain, like the intensity of it in short periods of time, colder winters, more snow, that kind of thing that can actually cost people money with damage to their property. But I don't know if Commissioner Regier wants to add anything else to that. No?
So I understand that. I guess I'm just asking, do these standards at all consider actually designing, anticipating more severe weather? Because the buildings that the region are building, although I don't disagree with trying to build greener, aren't going to change the severity of weather that we're seeing change globally. So I'm wondering, do the standards accommodate for building to a higher standard to be able to withstand severe weather?
Through the chair to the councillor, I will ask my staff through the teams and see if I can get an answer for you. Okay.
Yep, that's great, thank you. And I don't need a report per se on the first part, but if there is just a general sheet on the LEED standards, I'm happy to do that on comparison on my own. Thank you. That was my only question for that report.
Okay, so we'll do that report. So there is a recommendation with this report. I need a mover and a seconder for that, noting that Commissioner Rose, they will get back regarding the information that you need.
Chair, can you read the recommendation just so I know where we are?
Okay, yes, so it's item 6.2.1, minimum sustainable construction standard for regional facilities, that the regional municipality of Waterloo take the following actions to promote sustainable development and practices for regional facilities as outlined in report EES-FFM-25-003, dated November 4th, and there is A, update the minimum sustainable design and construction standard to Canada Green Building Council's zero carbon building design standard for new regional facilities, replacing the existing LEED TM silver standard. Okay, so Councillor Hunix moved it. I need a seconder. Councillor Wolf, and you'll be prompted in e-scribe. And just to confirm, Commissioner Rose will get back to us regarding the information that Councillor Salonen requested. Okay, that is carried. Okay, Councillor Salonen, 6.3.1, your question.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm curious what problem we're trying to resolve here exactly, if that could be spoken to, and then I have some follow-up questions.
Through you, Chair, yeah. Councillor Salonen, I'll answer with a bit of a story. So my team at one point discovered a farm sign that we weren't aware of in the regional right-of-way, which, as you appreciate, is a safety space. And we couldn't figure out where the farm was. And so it turns out that there was a gap in our existing bylaw where any farm from anywhere in the province could place a sign in the regional right-of-way promoting their farm. And so all this bylaw does is update that to say you can post a farm information sign, you know, promoting your wares and things to sell on your effectively adjacent to your property in the regional right-of-way. So it means not every farmer in the province can now put a sign in the region. Those who do business on roadside or at their farm can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That answers a lot of what my follow-up questions were. So for anyone living in the region who owns a farm currently, do we foresee this impacting them then?
Through you, Chair. No, for those who have existing farm information signs, we don't see an impact coming of any change. That, you know, we know that's a way that people do business in our region, and it's an important one.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leggett, I see you've got a question as well.
Yes, I do. There were farms outside of the region who were doing permanent structured signs, not temporary, with 4x4 solid wood signs to advertise their stores at their farm locations in the city of Cambridge. There were two of them actually, one directly in front of one of our high schools, the other at a roundabout. And I want to make sure that any farm, even within the region, are not putting up permanent structured signs, and that they're temporary signs when they do so, especially when they're nothing to do with the city of Cambridge or within the region.
Through you, Chair, essentially, yes. That is what we're doing exactly with this bylaw update.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And there is a recommendation with this. Councillor Liggett, are you okay to move this?
Yes.
Okay, and I need a seconder. Councillor McCabe, and I'll be prompted in e-scribe. All right, so that is carried. So that concludes the consent agenda items. We will now move on to our regular agenda. Item 7.1.1, that's the Stage 2 ION initial business case results. We will have a staff presentation for this. I'm going to call on Acting Commissioner Doug Spooner to provide the introduction.
Through you, Chair, and thank you. Clerks, as we pull up that presentation, I'll get going. Council, just a quick thank you to the Rapid Transit and the GRT engagement teams. You'll see through my presentation today about the engagement that since September we've been really busy, and I appreciate all of our team's efforts. Council, we've been on a journey at this important stage of the project. In August, I presented you with the engagement plan, then followed up on August 18th with an invite to you, Regional Council, and all elected officials from our area municipalities to come to our engagement events, and we saw many in attendance, which was really neat for our team. I also noted at that time that we knew the 302 bus currently in service, moving close to 5,000 people a day, will not meet our future needs for transit. And then we confirmed that the townships do not pay for rapid transit projects, including operations. We came back in September and we reviewed the results of the initial business case, looking at capital costs, operating and maintenance cost estimates, ridership projections, and overall benefits. And you'll recall at that time, I suggested that we had landed at two potential options, a full-length LRT or a full-length BRT. But I, like you, wanted to know what the community thinks. And so in September and October, we engaged with residents, community stakeholders, business and development representatives, all with the goal of making the most comprehensive recommendation that we could to you today, which is required for a project of this scale and impacts the entire region because of its transformational nature and ability to impact transit and ultimately how we get ready to grow to 1 million people in the coming years. We also continued our working group made up of staff from all partner municipalities and provided that group with a few extra presentations aligned with the key milestones that we walked you through, Regional Council, those being the IBC and the engagement results. I'm ready to make a recommendation today, and later on I will do that, seeking your support, that will cover the route, the technology to be used, and how we will structure the funding request. Let's get into it. Next slide, please. So Council, today we're going to recap the initial business case results. We'll see the results of the engagement that is new today. I will present my recommendation and then we'll talk next steps. Next slide, please. Clerk, should we flip to the next one? I'm a visual person, please. Thank you. Okay, Council, recap of the options. In dotted green, you see the full-length BRT option extending from Fairway down to Ainslie Terminal. In purple, you see the same alignment using a full-length LRT option, and in yellow, red, and light blue, you see partial LRT options. A quick note here to link back to the recently approved GRT business plan, which again is focused on providing faster, more frequent transit that is easier to use. This decision today is part of that plan. As you know, when we redesigned the Cambridge network in 2023, 3, it was to support the 302 bus, but also future rapid transit corridors. Next slide, please. On the results of the initial business case, we shared that the BRT is a good option, but the LRT is a better one for achieving our strategic goals. The partial LRT options fall short of our goals, but reminder, we could deliver in a phased way, so construction could be phased as we move through. Again, in line with the GRT business plan, Route 301, the Ion Light Rail, today's service, is our most reliable route, both in terms of service and ridership. The Ion has not seen the ridership declines that other routes have experienced this year, and it does maintain our highest cost recovery of any route in the network. Next slide, please. Okay, let's get to the good stuff. Council, we ran 2 surveys, one conducted by the region and one conducted by Ipsos Reid, over 4,100 total responses. I'll share those results with you shortly. Also online, we had over 12,000 visits to the Engage WR page and 160,000 views of our social media posts. In the engagement sessions, of which we conducted over 30 that were done in person, virtually, and at pop-ups, and 5 of these sessions were also aimed at community stakeholders, so not just residents, but a broader group. And next, we handed out over 2,800 handouts at our sessions, and we distributed 11,000 mail drop flyers along the proposed route. Council, there was even things happening that we hadn't planned for. We saw over 10 op-eds in the local news. We saw a lot of reporting in media on various items in the milestones as we proceeded, and we saw various sessions being put on by other organizations. In short, it was a lot. From GRT, this is the most feedback we have ever received on a single transit issue we've ever had, and there was even more that we didn't organize. I will stop again to thank everyone who read, clicked, watched, attended, or otherwise participated in this process. My team and I appreciate your insights and care for our region. Next slide, please. Okay, let's start with the Engage WR survey results. A few quick facts. 2,500 responses, 53% of those respondents from Cambridge, and 78% of those across the region support a full LRT, and 74% of Cambridge residents supporting a full LRT. We saw a real understanding of the benefits, travel time on transit for those who want it, reduced traffic in the corridors for those who want to drive, and the transformational nature of the project on how we live and work. Next slide, please. Now, Council, I was anticipating great support on Engage WR. We tell people about it, we run the website. If you are interested, you will tell us about it, and that may impact the results. And so I wanted to back that up with something that felt more arm's length. And so we engaged Ipsos Reid to run a parallel survey. Ipsos, as you know, is an internationally recognized survey provider. They designed it, they put out the random notices, and they came back with the following. Across 1,600 responses, 50% of respondents from Cambridge, we saw 75% support across the region for full LRT and 72% support in Cambridge. Okay, we've got great data. We have 2 surveys developed and delivered independently of each other, and they have the results coming back within 2 to 3% of each other. Also noting that those that completed the Ipsos survey noted that they are unlikely to change their opinion going forward. And finally, these surveys are both statistically significant, meaning if we expanded those surveys to all residents of the region, we would anticipate similar results. And to have a bit of fun for those keeping track today, our delegations went 16 pro-LRT and 4 against, which is 80%, reflective of the community feedback we've seen along the way. Not that I would suggest that's in any way scientific. Next slide, please. Council, but I also told you at our last session that we wanted to hear from a broader group of residents, and we did. Our partners in community, business, and development told us that the BRT is good, but the LRT is better. And for one simple reason, it shows a commitment to the corridor and that they believe other investments are likely to follow. If I go to the next slide, please. Council, in 1 minute, I'm going to make the following recommendation. I'll read it to you now. We are recommending that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo take the following action regarding the region's proposed extension of rapid transit to Cambridge. That you endorse a full-length extension from Fairway Station in Kitchener to downtown Cambridge, Ainslie Terminal as the preferred route length, that you endorse light rail transit as the preferred vehicle technology, and that you direct staff to pursue full funding from the provincial and federal governments for project development and implementation. Next slide, please. Council, while this is a major milestone for us today and one that we are very excited for, it's actually the start of a next phase of work for us, starting today with your support. This will move us from the business case stage into the detailed design and pre-construction stage. That will be followed by procurement, then construction, and then operations. And as a reminder, I won't put a timeline on those steps today, but our goal today is to confirm the project and begin to seek funding. In a few weeks during the plan and budget discussions, I'll outline a plan that allows us to keep advancing work while taking very little financial risk while we confirm funding. I'll be back throughout 2026 and onward with progress reporting. If there is one thing that we appreciate is that there is a lot of support for this project, and a lot of people want to ride this service as fast as possible, and they deserve to be updated along the way. Next slide, please. And with that, Council, we have our recommendation for today. So on behalf of our staff team and residents, businesses, community partners, and the development community, I'm going to recommend that we proceed with a full-length LRT seeking full funding for the project from upper levels of government, that we finish the Central Transit Corridor, that we finish the job we started. Let's connect Cambridge, and my team and I are happy for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Commissioner Spooner and team. We do have a few questions. I will reserve my comments for the end of this discussion. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Spooner, and your staff for this report and update. I know it's in the report, and I was very pleased to read it, but for those that don't read all the council reports, and particularly township residents, can you please clarify that this won't be hitting their taxes?
Through you, Chair. Confirmed that the townships do not pay for rapid transit projects, including operations. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, through you, Chair. Commissioner, can you also look at, because I know, first of all, I want to thank you for Friday's tour of the transit facilities. We talked a little bit about the cost base on per kilometer, whether it be on grade or raised. Is that something that you will be bringing back to us? And if not, can you?
Through you, Chair. Yeah, so Councillor Gowing, the question has come up a number of times in our work and also in the most recent Preston secondary plan. And that question is there an opportunity to implement an elevated guideway as part of that section? As you noted, we talked about it last week. I've done a bit of quick work on it. So what we would anticipate there is about 2 to 3 times the cost in capital construction, and then some really big challenges in operating. I actually spoke to our operator, Keolis, who operates in many places in the world. And what they said was the main challenge in an elevated guideway is not, I had assumed it was equipment to get up onto the guideway and do that, and it's actually drainage. Because there isn't a natural runoff area, you end up with kind of built concrete gutters and a need to maintain those and keep them really clean. So look, it doesn't mean we couldn't do this. I'm happy to take a look and bring something back on a kind of cost per kilometer and then maintenance plan. Look, we've got a lot of work to do in terms of getting the final engineering done on this project, so we'll have a look. I would just anticipate it'd be a higher cost and more difficult to maintain.
Okay, yeah, if possible, because I know speaking with some of the residents, they're looking at the effect on the roads and things like that. So if we could look at something like that and bring it back, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Through you, Chair James, I have 2 questions and I'm hoping I can cover them off in 5 minutes or less. On slide 3, I think it was, there was a bunch of pretty lines that I could see, but I couldn't really tell what they were telling the public. It was when you indicated that you were a visual person, and I realized again that I am not. Can you please explain what that's trying to show for people like me?
Councillor Hunick, through you, Chair. Too excited. Councillor Hunick, I thought I had hit that one right. So just, again, what we were looking at there is a visual description of the proposed routes. So appreciating they might not be visible from where you're sitting.
All the lines look the same to me.
So what you're looking at is a full-length BRT, a full-length LRT, or visual descriptions of the partial routes. One that ends at Delta, one that ends at Pine Bush, and the other one that ends that does only the Cambridge portion of the route. So it was just a description of those 5 options that we considered.
Awesome, thank you. And then my second question, possibly a little more complicated or hypothetical. The third part of the motion about pursuing funding. If we don't receive all of that, what might some of our other options be Or how likely is it that we are going to receive full funding?
Through you, Chair. Well, I'm not in the prediction business, so I won't guess at what funding we will get. What I will tell you is we've seen other project examples since we completed ION Stage 1 that have received full funding. And so I believe with the investment that the region made in Stage 1, it's completely appropriate to ask for full funding of Stage 2. I think we can anticipate that through those conversations, we will get, clear vision on what the federal and provincial governments are wanting to do in terms of support. And if at any point that changes from full funding, I will be back here with options for the project or implementation. Effectively, if that changes, I'm back here and we're having that discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Spinner and Chair James.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much, and thank you, staff, for all the work and the research that have gone into this. I know it's taken a long time. I started in 1971 when this whole idea was
76.
76, okay, 1976. Just a quick question. So we've heard some conversation about, what does it cost and what does it cost, people across the region and who's paying for it, and including Councillor Salonen, concern about local area municipalities not paying for it, and we heard from Cambridge city councillors about their concern about costs being, costs for Cambridge residents. But my question is about the assessment growth. Can you just remind us of how much assessment came in from LRT Stage 1? Or maybe I can look over to the finance people, and how that assessment was distributed. I don't know whoever wants
Through you,
to
Chair.
answer.
Dorothy, let me have a go at this. So again, what we've seen in the Central Transit Corridor report that's come through today is $5.4 billion of investment along the corridor, along with, I think the new number is 22,000 new units of housing. And so, effectively, this is the answer to the question of does the LRT pay for itself? And we can see, if you imagine a single-story home turning into a 20-story tower, which we've seen in many places along the corridor, there is more tax generated off of that. That could be 10 to 20 times. And so those revenues come back into the region as general revenues, and then they are reinvested into programs across the region. And so it's very difficult to answer the question of who has paid for what, because effectively we all pay into a regional government that provides a multitude of services that are spread equally across our region.
Right. So ultimately, though, the assessment, the vastly increased assessment that you just shared, that it was the result of the LRT in Kitchener and in Waterloo has generated billions of dollars that we have put into services in every single municipality in this region.
Through you, Chair, that is correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure people, wherever they live in this region, remember that. And then I just would also like to move this motion.
Okay, we're going to have discussion. I already, Councillor Wolf has indicated she wanted to move it, so.
Sorry, I just thought we should get it on the table.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to say it's Councillor Wolf.
So Councillor Wolf, and I believe Councillor Craig, you wanted to second this as well.
There you go. Okay, so there you go.
The motion is, the recommendations are on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Well, can you discussion, Councillor Rodriguez, I have you next.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, this isn't a conversation necessarily for today, but I think some of the delegations raised some really interesting comments regarding communications, future construction impacts, perhaps lessons learned from next time, and how we can ease that process. I'm just wondering when the next appropriate opportunity might be to have those conversations for council to hear a bit more about, to weigh in and hear a bit more about construction communications and how we can move through this process seamlessly.
Through you, Chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. So yeah, again, we're going to move with your support through a business case stage today. We'll move into design and pre-construction, and as I mentioned, we'll then have procurement, construction, and then we'll move into operations, and we'll all ride this thing. Along the way, I think you could get a sense from how we've been running the GRT business otherwise. We come back a lot with quarterly reports. We'll do progress reporting on the LRT, likely not quarterly, but it's important that we keep track. Ongoing communications, we've started discussions about how we move through these phases, some of the lessons learned. Do we need a community office where people can go and ask those questions and be a bit more kind of outward public facing? So we're getting into that work now. But yes, I think there are questions I can answer today, and there are many that I cannot today because we have more work to do along the way. But, you know, at each of those phases, we should be making sure that we and all of our partners are comfortable with the approach as we move into that next phase.
Thank you for that. And I think it's a good, also a good point that, you know, we're making a decision today, but there's, you know, years ahead of us. And how do we keep that momentum? How do we keep interest? How do we keep folks in the community engaged in conversation? So I think that's a great takeaway. You know, I think this is such an exciting day for the region, and I think a really great milestone for your team and for the community and all the work that's been put into this. This hasn't been, nothing here today has been done off the back of a napkin. It has been deep, it has been thorough, and I think 11 years on from when we first awarded the contract for stage one, it's really great to be here today. So, you know, I think one of the other things that we heard today was about the cost, and you know, we have a sense of what the cost is. You know, I hope we can do the most we can with the money that we're able to seek from our upper levels of government. And I also hope that today is a conversation about how we continue to build rapid transit across our region, and not have it be a decade conversation. And so how can we continually improve? How can we continually expand and continue to serve new parts of the region, whether it's a bus or a train? I think this is such an important conversation to keep going. You know, so onward to Cambridge, but also onward to all of the other portions of the region. So I want to thank staff for all of their work to get here, and looking forward to supporting today's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Liggett?
Thank you. It's a question to Mr. Spooner. When we talk about the cost estimate for the operation maintenance, the way I look at this, the difference between the LRT and the BRT, it's $7.4 million added onto our budget, correct?
Through your chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, it seems like an awful lot of money to be added on. So that would take in to consider, we get emails on a regular basis of the breakdown of LRT, so the ice on the lines, accidents, it's fairly regular. So that's included in that 7.4 difference, is it?
Yes, through your chair. Councillor Liggett, so again, the annual operating cost estimates for LRT are $23.8 million and for BRT are $16.4 million. So you're right to point out the $7.4 million difference over a 30-year time frame, which is how we estimate projects. That's a difference of $222 million. Now, I will you know, kind of counter that number by telling you again, the greatest cost recovery we enjoy on any route in transit is that of the ION Stage 1 at over 60%, while the rest of our network is in the 30s. And also, in terms of reliability, it is our most reliable route. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I did this morning. My team had provided them. If you'll give me 1 minute just to check. We are right now hitting reliability of 95% of trips delivered on time within 3 minutes on the ION, and our conventional buses are at 74%. So in terms of, you know, ice, collisions, other things, it's still the most reliable route that we've got in the network. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'll have more to say when it's time for comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Verbanovic.
Thanks, Chair. So I actually have comments to make, not questions. So did you want me to do those now, or?
Councillor Wolf and Councillor Craig, you have comments? Okay, so yeah, go ahead, Councillor Verbanovic.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Chair James. And let me begin by thanking staff for the incredible work that they've done over, you know, the easy thing is to say over a number of months, but the reality is that this has been over many years to get us to this point, and it really goes back to even the original vision when phase one of the LRT was built. You know, as someone who at a local council level supported the regional council of the day in the decision to invest in LRT, I certainly am more than pleased to put my support behind connecting LRT to downtown Cambridge through the work that's being recommended in front of us. As has been pointed out numerous times, the investment of LRT has had a significant impact on the Kitchener-Waterloo communities, on our ability to reach our targets from a intensification point of view along the corridor. It has, quite frankly, put us on the map as a region in terms of our ability to not only plan and implement a project, but also see it operate in an effective manner. Without sort of getting into comments about some of the experiences in other municipalities, the reality is that we have one of the best running systems, I would argue, in the country today. And, you know, a lot of credit has to go both to, you know, originally our staff team, but also our partner that operates the current LRT line going forward. I would hope that in an ideal world, we see this get unanimous support tonight or this afternoon, because it does bring, I think, and it sends a strong message to both our federal and provincial partners going forward. And with the new federal budget being hours away, and you know, as was rumored in the Globe and Mail this morning, there's going to be new programs, particularly as they relate to transportation, that we might be able to expect as of 4 o'clock. And I think the fact that we are going to be in a situation where we can actually get have a formal decision from committee today and from council in a couple of weeks will put us in good stead to move forward with our advocacy with those other two orders of government. So those would be my comments, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you, Chair James.
Thank you, Councillor Banovic. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair James, and along with other colleagues, thanks to staff for the all the work, the open houses, the planning that you've done. And I think in many respects, the planning for this stage 2 began in June of 2018 after the phase 1 opened up, and it's been a long process. Like many in the region, including myself, and definitely people from Cambridge who have been patiently waiting for this opportunity to be part of this important final step to connect the region, I think, from north to south with a continuous and reliable transit system that has a proven track record of efficiency, it's environmentally friendly, and it's a key economic planning tool to help the region move forward towards 1 million ready. And I think Cambridge residents have been anticipating this decision and the completion of the LRT for a long time and deserve the same transit service that the residents of Kitchener and Waterloo receive. I attended the open houses in Cambridge in the last number of months in anticipation of this decision. And in talking with the people there, there was overwhelming number of people supporting this initiative. I think it's important to note that I think it's the 302 that comes from Cambridge Daily to the Fairway Station is loaded with people every morning and in the evening who then get on the LRT and go to other locations in the region for pleasure, for employment. There are people in the townships in Wilmot and Woolwich who do the same thing, get on the bus, come in and use the LRT, and maybe someday it'll go to Wellesley and North Dumfries, who knows. However, there is an advantage, and I think those people that use it from, that are coming in from Cambridge now or from the townships, the ability to go from one end of the region to the other end of the region will be very, very significant. It's been said by many, but I think it deserves some repeating. There's no question this transportation is a key development tool for the region of Waterloo, and it's going to benefit all of us with the assessment. And so I'm really happy to be part of what I consider another historic and transformative decision for this region in supporting this recommendation, where we'll end up with a seamless transportation system from the north end to the south end, serving the communities as the existing Phase 1 has. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. I'm very happy to move this motion. But first, I want to sincerely thank all the delegates who came from Cambridge and all across the region and spoke so eloquently and passionately, most in support of completing Stage 2 of the LRT downtown Cambridge. We heard from a former mayor and minister of transportation in favor, a Cambridge accessibility advocate and Cambridge City Councillor in favor, and who hopes that the LRT would create a region where accessibility is a standard, not an exception. We heard from a BIA member and prominent architect in the region in favor of the LRT. We heard from the CEO of the Cambridge Memorial Hospital, which is one of the largest employers in the region and definitely in the city. And he told us that in absence of the LRT affects staff, patients, and their families, and it is a public health investment. We heard from a business owner in downtown Cambridge, two business owners, and the Grand River Pride founders and local artists. And they explained how important the LRT was to all of those things in terms of accessibility and equity. We heard from the executive director of SHOW, who's also a Cambridge resident and was an advocate for older adults, which would help, is in favor of the LRT. Former regional councillor who reminds us of the promises made in 2010 and 2015 that LRT to Cambridge was made. And he ended his with "Onward to Cambridge." We heard from the executive director of the Downtown Cambridge BIA, and that LRT expansion would unlock downtown Cambridge's full potential. We heard from a student at the University of Waterloo who wants the connectivity between the campuses. We heard from a member from the Citizens for Cambridge, a retired civil engineer, and he said that the LRT is a city building tool. Sustainable transportation, we heard from a sustainable transportation specialist at the University of Waterloo and a prof from the University of Waterloo's Cambridge campus, and they talked about how important it is to connect the 4 campuses. We heard from the CEO of Polycorp, and he explained that transit is fundamental, and that the world is watching. We heard from Senior Director of the United Way and City Councillor, who was speaking as a resident of Cambridge, and he described the LRT as important for the unity of the region. We heard from a Kitchener resident who takes the ION and witnessed the transformation of his city and wishes the same for Cambridge. We heard from planner and project manager of the Cambridge Mill, and she said it was essential to continued growth of the city, and she was envisioning a vibrant, connected city. We heard from Councillor of Ward 1, who is against the LRT and feels we have not asked the Cambridge residents if they want the LRT. We heard from a young Cambridge resident, and he thought it was a great way to reduce traffic, and he dreams of living in a walkable city. We heard from a Hespeler resident who felt the LRT was too expensive. We heard from a Cambridge City Councillor who's against the LRT and does not want the city to change. And we heard from the president of the Property Taxpayer Alliance, who is concerned about the effect on property tax. And as Doug Souter said, after listening to all these people, we had 80% for phase 2 of the LRT, which reflects some of the results we saw earlier. I would also like to thank staff who have worked so hard on this project and reached out to people across the region on this issue. And I was saying to Doug earlier, before I heard some of the criticism, that my criticism was maybe we spent too much time reaching out. We already knew the answer and we should just get on with it. But thankfully he did, and we, the statistics he provided are very impressive. From the speeches, surveys, letters to the editor, workshop, extensive conversations with residents, it's clear that people across Cambridge and throughout the region are ready for increased connectivity. They're envisioning a future where public transit is fast, accessible, and reliable. As our region grows toward a population of over 1 million by 2050, we cannot expect our cities to remain the same. We cannot continue to rely solely on automobiles to meet our transit needs. When I speak with residents, I hear overwhelmingly support for the LRT. According to one resident, Alex, who wrote in, "We are building the LRT for our children and grandchildren. The LRT is an investment made today for a future that isn't dependent on the automobile."
Pam, you're at your 5 minutes, just so you know. Okay.
All right. We know the social and economic benefits that were in the report and also so eloquently put by our delegates. So I'll just end with, let's stand together and move forward with confidence. Let's send a clear message to our provincial and federal partners that we are united, committed, and ready. The time for waiting is over. Cambridge deserves the LRT, and we must act now to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Craig, did you want to also comment?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, I appreciate the comments from Councillor Wolf, and she's spot on in terms of how she's outlined the support in the city of Cambridge. And it's something that I found replicated in terms of my exposure to residents. But today, I think we have to be cognizant of something. There are two issues here. One is the LRT, which is a future capital project, which we are now moving on towards. And the other is affordability, as some of the delegations have brought up. There are two separate categories to a great extent, and I think we have to be responsive and reflective of the other side argument in terms of affordability when we look at our upcoming budget and those sorts of things. But the LRT itself, I think, is something that is certainly going to benefit Cambridge in many ways. And if I look at my own past history, I've always found any major project you do, there's always people that have disagreements. If you want to be very unpopular, build a new city hall, as an example. Or bring in a theater that initially everyone doesn't want, but ends up being an economic and cultural driver in the city. And those are the kinds of things you have to work through on a political basis. But I think one of the most telling things for me is certainly the commentary in the regional documents of earlier years, when they talk about the LRT and the impact if you don't do it. And I'll just quote this: the regional road network would need to be expanded by 25% or add about 500 new lane kilometers added to current roads or by building new roads within the urban area. This is equivalent to building about 25 new Hespeler roads. So if people are concerned about Hespeler Road, think about where you're going to be if you don't build the LRT in terms of overall impact on the whole region. I think the biggest thing, and I said this, I can't remember where I said a lot of things, but the thing that really struck me about this particular issue was the overwhelming support from people from Kitchener and Waterloo. That's what really struck me. And it's almost a heartwarming feeling to know that, in fact, I know I'm loved by some people, that in fact that there's this tremendous support behind the scenes, and it is appreciated, and I do acknowledge that. As we go forward, to the residents in Cambridge who are concerned about the future project, there will be numerous other meetings coming along, which we will have public meetings on. People will again have an opportunity to say yes or no to what's happening. But also, we have upcoming budget meetings. And I think the 4 or 5 delegations today really were talking to some extent about that and how we have to look at increased property taxes in our current budget and so on. So anyways, I'll make it short. I do appreciate the support, and I certainly feel good about the fact and where we're going. My only concern is that I'll be there when the train starts to run. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. And I guess I'll just tag on to some of the comments my colleague Doug Craig said. For those of us that were able to be there at the launch of Phase 1 of the ION, it absolutely felt like a coming of age for the region of Waterloo. And like everything in the region of Waterloo, we take a systems approach. So as much as we're talking about Phase 2 of the LRT, we have to be aware that this is part of a much larger public transit system with the GRT. So we do connect and there to other parts of the region and the city, and there are plans to continue to move forward. So I think it's really important that we look at this holistically. I would tell you that I thought both the delegation that talked about accessibility and Patrick Gaskin, when he talked about this being an investment in healthcare, were very compelling to me, because there are often sectors of our community that we don't recognize, maybe not have the voice or the influence that they need to have. But when we make good decisions for the right reasons, it does benefit everyone. The other thing I would just add is that clearly this is the kind of project that transcends any one council mandate. This has been around since 1976 and will continue long after there have been successive elections for regional councillors. And it's that kind of investment and that kind of vision that continues to make us a player on the world stage, that allows us to have the credibility to go to the provincial and federal government and say we have a successful Phase 1, it is operating really well, and we now have the vision to go to Phase 2. So I think this is a really important next step, but I would underscore to everyone that it is one more step along the way to the business case and then the advocacy that we need to make on behalf of the region.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm going to be the opposite of what everybody's been saying. It's no secret. I mean, I was looking for a different route originally. The premise of the LRT has always been, since day one, to get people from one shopping area to another. And I strongly believe that it should be taking people from where they live to places of employment. And this is not doing that unless you happen to live nearby an LRT line and are you going to work into a shopping district. As far as building roads, it's not going to stop us from building roads because the LRT only goes down one direction. We're still going to need to build roads no matter what. That's not going to change. I'm also concerned about the operating costs of this, and I strongly believe that we do need a rapid transit in Cambridge. We should have had it a long time ago, and I'm really disappointed that, well, I know I'm more than disappointed. That's too weak of a word. I don't even know how to explain it, but the fact that Cambridge taxpayers have been paying for something that they've never gotten, and that we were told we would be getting it, and now we're looking at not the cost sharing not being done by the rest of the region, that it's going to be just federal and provincial. We've been paying for something, everybody else's share of the economic returns for their part of the community. As far as economic returns along the LRT line, that's strictly for developers or those shops that are along those ways. the economic returns, because it does not go to businesses and take people to work, is not there for the general public. I'm supportive of rapid transit. I'm supportive of a BRT. And so for those reasons, I'm not going to be supporting this. I think that big difference in the cost of this is going to be something that could lose us any potential federal or provincial funding, and particularly in today's time. And the new federal budget is coming out, and Prime Minister Carney has already said you're not getting something that you don't need. So I'm voting this down because I think it's the wrong route and I think it's the wrong system.
Okay, thank you. So I will weigh in here as chair of the Sustainability, Infrastructure and Development, and watching staff and community members come together to really advocate for the continuation of our ION. And many years ago, I was the staff person sitting up top watching as council at the time was making the decision about moving forward with this. And it wasn't a unanimous, but I think in the long run, there was benefit to not just Kitchener-Waterloo, but the region. And we've seen that with investment. We've seen, Commissioner Spooner has indicated there's been benefit across the entire region for having phase one. And I think for Cambridge, and as somebody who is, the region's my home. I took Kitchener Transit, then GRT, and Cambridge Transit when it was Cambridge Transit, and to see the phases and to see how much, the community has developed to now having ION, having a connected system. And I know that when we listen to the delegations, and we've heard the delegations speak in favor of, we've seen the op-eds, we've also had those that are, not supportive for various reasons. But I will say that this is not the time for hesitation. I think there is risk when we're in these roles. There is risk we take thinking about the future, thinking about the development and what that means for future generations, but also those individuals who are going to be commuting here, who are going to be settling here. And there is a cost to standing still. There is a societal cost to standing still. There is a financial cost to standing still, because we know, one thing I know to be true is things get more expensive over time. So we can't stay in that place of this is going to cost us a lot. It'll cost us a lot more later on. And when you think about things from an environmental perspective, and we have environmental goals, there's climate change, there is a cost. So when we look at cost, we have to think holistically. If we stand still right now, what does that mean for the future? And it's very easy to get caught up in the dollars and cents, but I think there's a greater cost that as a region and the role that we do, we should be thinking about. And, as somebody who has benefited from Kitchener and Waterloo having this, and thinking about the young people who are on it, but also the older adults. And I know Commissioner Spooner did not speak to the age demographics around the survey and the data, but that information is there, and it is quite profound to show that throughout all age demographics within this community, within this region, that there is support for building and moving on to stage 2. So as former councillor Tom Galloway and chair said, I think this is a pivotal moment. It's onward to Cambridge and beyond, and thinking about the ways in which we come together. And I think what I'm especially happy about is to see the community come together from all facets of the community around this over the weeks, empowering themselves to advocate, not just leaving it for staff or us as the politicians, but the community really pulling together and creating a movement. And while we can't always have unanimous agreement, I think we look at the numbers, we look at the trends. I think the risk is it's a calculated risk that will have benefit, and we are proven. We have a system that is proven. Let's take this, let's approve this, let's take this to the federal and provincial government. And we don't want to be the community left behind. And we know there are other communities that didn't think forward and have been left behind and are trying to play catch up. So with that, again, thank you to everybody who has been a part of this process to this point. It's a critical point, and I may not be around when the next phase is built, but I do believe that it will happen. And I firmly believe that there is a cost if we stand still right now. We shouldn't be hesitating. So I will call the question. Is there a couple more? Oh, now there's a couple more. Okay, all right. So those are my thoughts. But again, thank you, staff, and to this team and council as well. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to take away from what would have been a great last few words here on this matter. I too want to thank staff for the work that they've done to bring forward an excellent report. I had a chance to pop out to one of the public input sessions in Kitchener. I want to thank those folks for giving up their evenings to meet with residents, which I know created some good conversation. I wasn't at the round table or the horseshoe last time LRT was debated. I know it was a very interesting debate. But I was just reminiscing with my colleague here from Waterloo, and we both agreed world-class cities have rail transit, and I am extremely proud to live in the region today and, look at the LRT vehicles when I'm stopped at a light and see the fact that the vehicles are relatively full, which has been great. And we all knew that the phase 2 was part of the broader project. And so I'm hopeful today that other levels of government hear the outcome of our vote today and come to the table. We know that communities like Ottawa, Toronto, Mississauga, Peel, and Hamilton have had more of the share covered by other levels of government, and we hope that they too will see the investment here in a world-class community, the region of Waterloo, and will complete phase 2 as the project was initially meant for us to take it right down to Cambridge. I also want to add too, I marvel when I drive up King Street from Kitchener to Waterloo and see the immense development that has occurred in our community over the last 10 years. And I know a big part of that was the development charges exemption that the city gave to allow for a lot of that development. But the LRT was a major driving factor of that, and allows, people from all across Canada to make Waterloo Region their home, knowing that they have, multiple transit options for them to get to work. And we look forward to the amalgamated transit hub being built in Kitchener that will further add to that network and ensuring people get to Toronto. I know I was part of an announcement one time when we would have had two-way all-day-go up and running by now. We hope that it'll eventually be a reality here soon, that will further connect people. And I'm happy and proud to be a part of council today to send the signal to other levels that we're here, we're ready, we need your help, and let's get on with it. So thank you.
Hear, hear. All right, Councillor Foxton.
Madam Chair, please call the question.
All right, we will call the question. It is moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Craig, and you'll be prompted in e-scribe. Councillor Benedict, I just saw your hand up now.
Yeah, no, that's a yes vote because I don't have e-scribe.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, that carries. It's been a fulsome morning. I think that is it for the agenda. Okay, we will wrap up the Sustainability, Infrastructure and Development Committee, and then we're going to go downstairs, I believe. That's next. So, okay, moving along to, Councillor Shantz? You have, okay, perfect. Okay, we will now move on to, and that was carried. Item 8. Information and correspondence. Just want to recognize correspondence from Zach Red of Waterloo, Jesse Wilson of Kitchener, Douglas Bartholomew Saunders of Kitchener, Howard Levine of Grimsby, Devin Sisak of Cambridge, Damian McKeel, President Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association, Kay Elgie of Waterloo, and Jeff Dunkersgood of Cambridge. We do have other business. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you, and apologies that I had to slip out for part of the discussion on LRT, but as you saw from my vote, I am in favor. It's been planned for a long time, and there's nothing I can add that hasn't already been said. But I do want to ask Commissioner Spooner to make some comments. We had a excuse me, a public meeting on the Elmira bypass and extension from Waterloo to Elmira. Addressing some of the congestion issues. And so as much as LRT is very good for the region, part of our transportation is also getting people in and out of the region. And so I wonder if Commissioner Spooner can make some comments on that presentation.
Through you, Chair. Yes, Councillor, thank you for the question. So as you rightly noted, we hosted a public consultation last week, October 29th, and despite being in competition with the Blue Jays game, we had over 160 interested residents in attendance. Maybe Leafs fans. Council, that session was a key step. We presented options for consideration of both Arthur Street as well as an Elmira bypass. And just quickly, because we haven't spoken about it here, for the Elmira bypass, there are 4 options. So I get used to talking about options. As you know, we've just selected one on rapid transit. In Elmira, the options are do nothing, which we always look at to establish existing conditions. There is a proposal for a west bypass using existing roads. There's also a new east bypass, and finally an east hybrid bypass using some existing roads and some new. The next step of this project is to take the results of that consultation, take the preferred design and do the detailed design on that and get it into a project plan, and then add it to the capital plan if council so wishes. We had a few identified issues on that project. We know that the presence of trucks in Elmira is undesirable. We've got just over 1,000 trucks using the Arthur Street corridor. Some of those are diverting, some of them staying on. When we had looked at that project in the 2018 Integrated Mobility Plan, we had placed it beyond 2041. So kind of 2 options to proceed here. We could consider it in the next Integrated Mobility Plan, which we will be here kicking off in December into another exciting project. And that will expand the horizon for project consideration to 2051, and that would consider this project with all others. We could also include it in our discussion on November 19th as part of Plan and Budget, because I'll provide you with an update on where we're at with the 10-year transportation capital plan. So really we have many options, but as Councillor Shantz noted, really good turnout, lots of community interest in a project that's getting ready to come here for Council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Spooner. Just to remind Council, I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. This is really important to the community, and it's been something that's been on their minds for decades now. And so I hope that we can get some support to push this forward. I know it's not going to happen tomorrow or probably next year, but hopefully we can move it up in our priorities a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Commissioner Spooner, North Dumfries, Northumberland Street. No trucks, please. Again. Just to make sure it's on your agenda. Thank you.
Yes, through you, Chair. So absolutely aware of the truck traffic and some of the challenges in air. So we've been working with the team in North Dumfries to come up with some solutions, some of those short-term, some of them longer. We will see some things this fall, this November added. They won't directly address that challenge. The challenge, Councillor Foxton, as I've shared here, is not the truck ban. It is the routing for the trucks once we implement the ban. And so that's the work we're doing on making sure we're fortifying the alternative routes. As soon as those are ready to go, we'll be able to implement the diversion.
But you're already aware that the region spent multiple dollars upgrading Trustler for the trucks, and that the county of Brant also updated their road, and they direct all their trucks so that it's completely covered by proper roaders now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. I have a couple quick things. One of them is, and I apologize I didn't get the Central Transit Corridor report pulled, but I just wanted a clarification on that because I feel like there's a narrative that our transit ridership numbers have dropped significantly. So I just wanted to, I reread part of the report And I just wanted to highlight and ask for clarification where it says that 26.2 million trips were made across Waterloo region using the GRT in 2024. Ridership was down slightly by 1%, but that was really due to a methodology change, not so much in how the ridership is calculated, not that ridership reduced itself, because we extended the transfer time. And then, of course, there was a decrease in local student population when the international student caps were put in place. And so that has had an impact on our, but it also says that the overall trend continues to suggest a strong recovery and heightened demand for public transit due to a successful adaptation and expansion of transit services that meet the needs of the region's population. So my understanding from reading this report is that since 2019 and 2020, ridership from that point to about 2024 increased by 17%. And then there was a decrease, but overall from 2019, 2020, we're still up somewhere around 8%. Am I doing the math right on that?
Through you, Chair. So, Councillor, let's run through the last 5 years of transit, because I think there's some really important pieces in there. So the first one, as we're all aware, the COVID pandemic had a significant impact on ridership in the network, and in some cases had actually, removed a lot of what was happening. We saw coming out of that a significant increase in transit ridership coming through, recovery, which we now know was really well supported by international student populations. And so as we move through that, we had felt we had got to recovery maybe before we had, and the policy change at the federal level has impacted that. I've been sharing with you throughout this year that year-over-year ridership is down 17%. We've got our September numbers in. It is down 13% year-over-year, so that's a good tell. That we're recovering. I had also shared with you that our cost recovery ratio had taken a significant hit. It had dropped down into the 20s, and in September that's back to 35%. So that's really strong recovery. In terms of the year over year or the past decade, the place that we've all been going for data is the Transportation Tomorrow survey, and so we've been using that. All of us to really talk about transit, and the challenge in that is. The method of collection, and I've confirmed this with those who do the survey, is household based. And so those that are often missed in that survey are those who wouldn't report as being a member of a household, which would be a student living in a student house. As you know, right now our UPass program provides 45% of our ridership. And so if we have underreporting of students, then there's no that's the reason that the TTS data would appear to remain stagnant despite the numbers of people driving coming down. I don't have those numbers in front of me about, have we been up what percentages? I'm happy to put that together. We're going to bring a quarterly report next month, so we can just include that kind of, since 2015, since 2020, since, up to 2025, because I think it is a good look at the overall ridership, and we can do that on annual, monthly. We'll figure out the right way to structure that.
Okay, thanks. I'd really appreciate that, because obviously we know we're going into we're in budget season and that, but I was a little I was a bit dismayed when I saw a recent media article, and just have heard some sort of commentary about how much our transit system has, the ridership has dropped. And I mean, your numbers, you're a data person, so I think it's really important that we're really clear about where we're at, where we've come from, and where we're going on this. So thanks for that. The other thing I had a question about was about the pilot project that we'd had ran and staff were doing. It was $25,000, and it was to work with some local nonprofits and community organizations on the process to allow them to figure out how to get transit tickets to the hands of some of their clients. So I've been kind of really confused about how that rolled out. I don't want to speak for Councillor Hunick, but I think it was, and Councillor Erb, because we were involved with this, did not roll out the way we were anticipating. And in conversations with some of the community groups, it did not roll out the way they were anticipating. So really curious what happened there, what is happening there, and where we're going with this.
Through you, Chair, I can't find my notes on this one. Councillor McCabe, I did provide an update at our last SID committee. So here's a quick summary for you. So we had agreed we would set aside $25,000 in deferred revenue from GRT, and we would apply that as a discount of about 40%. So making those two-ride cards go from $5 down to $3 for not-for-profits. So as we were working through that program, it quickly became apparent that $25,000 wasn't going to be enough to serve all of those who were buying. And again, I have those numbers. I don't have them in front of me right now. But that really, that $25,000 was going to be eaten up by 4 large not-for-profits. And you know, the kind of goal that we had, which was a better price for not-for-profits, wasn't going to be achieved. And so what the team came up with is we would then flip to, based on volume, we would apply that $25,000 as a discount to every not-for-profit that had purchased 2-ride cards and apply that as a credit for next year's purchase. And so I had reported last time that we had hit parts of the motion in actual and parts of it in spirit, and that my recommendation was this is the right approach to do it. I'm happy to bring that back as a kind of more fulsome report in December and share those numbers if that's what's requested.
I think that would be helpful because
Yeah.
I'm getting questions from the original group that Councillor Irvin Hunick and I had met with who doesn't seem to be meeting like what they appreciate the effort and the discussion, but it does not seem to be meeting like the needs and what they're trying to do with it, and how, you know, in the Essentials Fund, which is a group of residents who are just raising out of the goodness of their heart a certain amount of money, like they're trying to figure out how to make it work better. And I think somehow, with all due respect, we've somehow kind of missed the mark on this, or at least the expectation.
All right. Okay. So Councillor McCabe, staff will come back with that. I know we discussed it last time. We are a significant time behind Councillor Rodriguez, and then we're going to have to move on with this, okay?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, this is perhaps a question for both Commissioner Spooner and Commissioner Rose. 2 weeks back, there was some new provincial legislation, Bill 60, that came out, and notwithstanding some of the, in my opinion, troubling housing items that we're navigating, there's also some implications there for our infrastructure and how we rebuild our roads, and further to what came down through Bill 212 in our inability to take away any lane capacity for active transportation infrastructure, and a subsequent lack of clarity in terms of how we could seek a process going forward. And I understand there's several projects across all of our area municipalities that may be impacted by this to some extent. Wondering if it would be possible ahead of the next construction, you know, as we gear up for the next construction season over the winter, to get an understanding of projects that are impacted by this change in legislation, and potentially any paths forward on how we can advance important road reconstruction and maintenance while we navigate these changes.
Through your chair, yes, very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hunick?
Sorry, Chair James, I thought you were ending the questioning. Thank you for allowing me. Yeah, just on the topic of what Councillor McCabe was speaking to, I think one of the issues too is that along the way, as the rollout process was changing for the pilot, the agencies that were anticipating benefiting from it were not communicated with. So just, if we can remember that for future, to communicate with the stakeholders is really important.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. And again, that will come back from staff. Okay, so we are now going to, the next meeting is December 2nd. We will now enter into a motion to go into close. I need to move her. Councillor Rodriguez, Councillor Foxton. We will, and just the closed meeting of the Administrative and Finance Committee, Community and Health Services Committee, and Sustainability, Infrastructure and Development Committee will be held immediately following this motion, in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001, for the purpose of considering the following subject matters: receiving information related to an identifiable individual, receiving information regarding employee negotiations related to union matters, receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege regarding potential litigation, receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege related to proposed acquisition of land. and he'll be prompted in eScribe, and then I will need the motion to adjourn after, and then we'll stay on eScribe after this. Michael, you good? Councillor Liggett, are you still on? Okay, she's gone. Okay, that carries. I need a motion to adjourn this meeting. Councillor Erb, Councillor Gowing. You're in favor? Okay, Councillor Rodriguez is in favor. Okay, we're adjourned.